farmer, and if he chooses to be a farmer when he gets old, I want him to have that opportunity. So, we try to steward our resources as best we can, especially our water, just to make sure that that in the future, if he wants to come back for the farm, that there'll be a place for him here.
At Methodist Healthcare Ministries, we are broadening the definition of healthcare because we know that health is more than what happens at a doctor's office. Your health is affected by the things you eat, the water you drink, and the environment where you live, work, play, and pray. Visit MHM.org to learn more.
We show up as hearts that beat to a different drum. Attention to the tiniest detail. A family's answered prayer for our patients, our communities, for each other.
Advocacy happens year-round, and now is the time to get involved and make sure your voice is heard. Go to raiseyourhandtexas.org to find out how you can join our efforts to make sure Texas lawmakers hear and respond to our teachers' priorities.
Farming in a resource-conscious way is really important to me. I have a 5-year-old son, and he wants to be a farmer. And if he chooses to be a farmer when he gets old, I want him to have that opportunity. So, we try to steward our resources as best we can, especially our water, just to make sure that that in the future, if he wants to come back for the farm, that there'll be a place for him here.
At Methodist Healthcare Ministries, we are broadening the definition of healthcare because we know that health is more than what happens at a doctor's office. Your health is affected by the things you eat, the water you drink, and the environment where you live, work, play, and pray. Visit MHM.org to learn more.
We show up as hearts that beat to a different drum. Attention to the tiniest detail. A family's answered prayer for our patients. Our communities for each other.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Matt Ewald. I serve the Texas Tribune as Senior Director of Events and Live Journalism. I want to offer a welcome to those joining us in person here in Austin and those joining us online throughout the state this morning for our day-long symposium exploring the top priorities for the 2025 legislative session. Today we'll hear from newly elected officials, old guard incumbents, educators, policy experts, and Capitol insiders on what's ahead for the 2025 session and what it will mean for Texans. So our program will run throughout the day until approximately 3:30 p.m. with 5 one-hour panels, each of which will include 15 minutes for your questions. So here in Austin, we have a mic stand right back there, and our virtual audience, and we'll remind you throughout the day, our virtual audience can also submit questions online at our Q&A portal, texastribune.org/ask. That's texastribune.org/ask, and provide a first name and where you're reaching us from, because it's always nice to see where Texans are joining us from around the state. And one more quick note for our virtual viewers. So if you're joining us live, note that we will be taking some breaks during the day. We'll announce those breaks, including 30 minutes for lunch. But just note that our agenda for the day on the page that you're watching from, and come back to the same page to view other panels. We will also have each panel available to view in full, along with a recap of the day's conversations, all on the Tribune's website. We are also grateful for the support of our sponsors for today's program. Our major sponsors are Beer Alliance of Texas, Texas Rural Funders, Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute, Water Grows, Beyond Petrochemicals, Texas Managed Care Alliance, Raise Your Hand Texas, Methodist Healthcare Ministries, HCA Healthcare, Texas State Technical College, and St. David's Healthcare. And our supporting sponsors today include Texas Cattle Feeders Association, Extended Campus at the University of Texas at Austin, and Flavor Hospitality Group. Though corporate sponsors and donors underwrite this event, they play no role in determining the content, speakers, or line of questioning. We also want to offer a huge thanks to our host, the Thompson's Conference Center at the University of Texas at Austin and the university. Here to offer a welcome on behalf of the university is Dr. Art Markman, Senior Vice Provost for Academic Affairs.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the University of Texas at Austin, it is a great pleasure to welcome all of you here today to our campus. For everyone watching online, thanks for taking the time to join us as well. A special welcome to all of our distinguished guests today. We have a number of folks from the Texas Tribune here. What a tremendous resource for the state of Texas. We're really lucky to have them looking out for us, and we appreciate their partnership in this event. We also have several members of the legislature who will be joining us throughout the day. Remember, this is a really busy time for everyone in the ledge. Please make sure to extend your gratitude for them taking the time to speak to us about the upcoming session. We really are grateful to the Texas Tribune for giving the university the opportunity to host the preview of the 2025 Texas legislative session. You know, at its heart, a university is more than just a place of learning. It's a civic space, particularly a public university, where ideas converge, where perspectives get shared among a variety of different stakeholders, and ultimately solutions to difficult problems come about. Our mission is not just to educate, it's to serve as a bridge across the variety of divides that we have, connecting people from different areas of the state, from different walks of life, fostering and teaching how to engage in productive dialogue. Today's event exemplifies that mission. We're bringing together lawmakers, journalists, educators, members of the Texas community to engage in these kinds of important conversations about legislative priorities, about the future of the state of Texas. So as we prepare for the 2025 legislative session, the panels will offer an opportunity to reflect on key policy issues with a lens of collaboration, with a lens of mutual respect. We're proud to provide this kind of platform for open, inclusive dialogue because we believe that only through this kind of engagement can we address the complexities of the time that we're living in and really support the foundations of our democracy. So as we embark on today's discussions, please lean into the spirit of inquiry, the spirit of exchange. Whether you're here as a panelist, a participant, an observer, your voice matters. And your insights will help to inform the road ahead. So I want to thank all of you for being here, for your commitment to civic engagement, for the trust that you've placed in the University of Texas, and as a place where these kinds of conversations can take root, can flourish. So let's make this day productive, but also inspiring, because together we are here to build a stronger and more connected state of Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Markman. We also want to thank all those around the state here in person who help make the journalism of the Tribune possible, including events like this, by becoming Texas Tribune members. To learn more, become a member, visit texastribune.org/support. You can also chat with my colleague, Emily, out in the lobby, our membership manager. As we look toward the start of the 2025 legislative session, I also remind you to check the Texas Tribune events page for upcoming events, including conversations at our Studio 919 downtown, just 10 minutes away, and events we're holding around the state. You can learn more at texastribune.org/events. So before we begin today's program, I'd like to welcome to the stage CEO of the Texas Tribune, Sonal Shah, to offer a welcome.
Well, welcome, everyone. It's great to have you here, and thank you for coming out on a rainy day. You always look at the rain and you're like, you're not sure if everyone's going to show up because you don't want to weather the rain out there. But thank you all for coming, and thank you for coming to this important session. and this important day, I really want to first thank my colleague, Matthew Watkins, who actually did all of the work in setting up the session and making sure we can have this conversation. And he got very sick this morning, so will not be able to be here. So I am the poor substitute that is opening for him, but he has done extraordinary work in making sure this session is so important, and every session for us is important because this is about Texas. What is Texas, what happens, what's gonna happen in this legislative session, what it means for our state, what it means for our communities. It's important for us to know and to hear from the experts that you all will be hearing from. But for us, for the Texas Tribune, we wanna make sure that we keep an informed Texas, that you all know everything that's happening in the state. We can give you the information for you to make your decisions. And that is exactly why we're here. It's why we find our role is important, to be the navigators to help you understand what's happening in the state. And so thank you for being supporters. Thank you for coming to this event. And thank you for being a part of the Texas Tribune team. Appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you so much, Sonal. As our first panel takes the stage, I'm going to do some introductions. Sonal mentioned that Matthew Watkins isn't able to join us today. He was going to be moderating this morning's panel. James Barragán is going to fill in, do a great job for us. James is a politics reporter for the Texas Tribune with a focus on accountability reporting. Prior to joining the Tribune, James worked as a State House reporter for the Dallas Morning News and had previous stints at the Austin American-Statesman and the Los Angeles Times. Blaise Gainey covers state politics for the Texas Newsroom. He previously worked at Nashville Public Radio, where he reported on state politics, elections, and breaking news. Tribune politics reporter Jasper Scherer previously covered Texas politics and government for Hearst Newspaper's Austin Bureau, which he joined after stints covering City Hall for the Houston Chronicle and Bexar County for the San Antonio Express News. And Bayless Wagner is a reporter on the Austin American-Statesman's state politics desk, covering the Texas legislature and state and federal courts. Her work focuses on political, social, and cultural divides, including those related to abortion, LGBTQ+ policy, and data. We welcome all of you here today, welcome our panel, and with that, I turn the program over to James.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you for not saying that I'm the even poorer substitute for Matthew Watkins. Thank you to all of you for attending and to the University of Texas for hosting us, and we've got a lot to cover, so we're going to just jump right in with these great political reporters. The first thing that we're going to chat about is the speaker's race. It's on a lot of people's mind for people who watch the legislature. Dade Phelan has, of course, been the speaker for 2 sessions, but there's some dissatisfaction with him among some in the Republican caucus. And I want to talk about what that dissatisfaction means. There's obviously now a second person who's come up as the consensus candidate to replace him. That's David Cook of Mansfield. And a couple of pretty crucial days coming up. And so, Jasper, I guess I want to start with you, and if you can sort of lay the land of like why this matters, what the speaker does, and if there is a change in speaker, what that could mean for the political landscape of the legislative session.
Ooh, okay, simple. Yeah, I think so. As you alluded to, just I think pretty critical. A couple of days is a good way to describe it. The kind of the big event that we've all been waiting for in suspense, essentially since the November 5th election, is the House Republican caucus is going to meet to essentially arrive at their, unless they deadlock and come out of their meeting with without a choice, they're going to nominate their, basically when the House holds their official vote, they're going to pick their nominee who they support as a caucus. And so Dade Phelan, David Cook are going to be both vying to get 60% of the caucus vote, and that this is not like a legally binding mechanism, but essentially David Cook is hoping that if he gets 53 Republicans supporting him out of the 88 in the caucus, then everyone will be bound to support him on the floor, and then that theoretically would put him over the edge. He only needs 76 votes. So I think, and it's a critical election because I think maybe less so in terms of, ideology. I think we're all familiar with, the legislature has gone pretty, there's not a whole lot of room left, I think, in a lot of respects for the legislature. So I think, David Cook, and this is sort of borne out in how David Cook's voting record is not, he's not a firebrand from the far right side of the caucus. So I think it's less about sort of the ideology. The House is going to be, presumably pretty conservative no matter who is speaker. It's more about sort of the style and power sharing with Democrats, and sort of the tradition of decorum. And maybe we can talk a little bit more about that. But I think it's I guess that's kind of the lay of the land of just why this all matters.
Yeah, and if you in the audience are sort of thinking about this and doing a sort of beautiful mind calculation of like 53 members and then 76 members, it's all very complicated and there's multiple votes, and some of these rules, like the caucus rules, are essentially made up. They are not legally binding. They're just the rules of the club, right? The House rules are the ones that are actually binding, but because of the party purity that has become increasingly growing in the last decade from the Republican Party, there is pressure among the members to sort of stick with the endorsed candidate. But one thing that you said that I wanted to pick up on is you said there's not that much more room to the right for the legislature to keep going. And I think representatives like Briscoe Cain and Tony Tinderholt would say, hold my beer. Because I think they do want to keep they want to keep going to the right, and that's a big part of this. You mentioned the Democratic Party chairs. Blaise, I just want to talk to you about sort of why is there this dissatisfaction? Jasper mentioned the Democratic chairs, but there's also these complaints that because of this partnership with the Democrats, conservative legislation is getting held up, even though we've seen probably the two most conservative sessions in recent history, and some would argue in Texas history, over the last two sessions. But what are these, what they like to call themselves the reformers, the anti-feeling group, what are they looking for, and what can we expect if that faction of the GOP caucus does win?
Yeah, I think they are looking for dominance from the GOP. I think they want to basically be able to set the rules, and I think one of the demands that they have on the contract that they have is that they want to make sure that any Republican priorities are passed first and get a floor vote first before any Democrat priorities. I think this could mirror, I just left Tennessee reporting, and I think it could mirror some of what goes on there, where Democrats' voices in the legislature are pretty much silenced, and it could create a place where if it's not a Republican bill, it won't even get a hearing on the floor. Now, this obviously is more extreme than I think we may see, but it seems like it's leaning towards that way. And so when you say like it can't get further to the right, I think it could actually get some of the rules in the way that they're carried out could start to be more restricting on the Democrat Party.
And Bayless, we were talking about this before in the green room, but the relationship with the Senate as well, that the House has with the Senate. The Senate has been traditionally more, not traditionally, but at least since Lieutenant Governor Patrick has been there, much more socially conservative, much more connected with the grassroots, passing a lot of that legislation that the grassroots have been pushing, and that has, in the last decade, been sort of stopped or died in the House for whatever reason. The Senate does have sort of, it has already gotten ahead on the no Democratic chairs. Lieutenant Governor Patrick said that once Houston Senator John Whitmire left, there would be no more chairs. He is gone now, so we expect there to be no more chairs there. But can you talk a little bit about what that relationship might be like between the House and the Senate if this new faction in the GOP succeeds, and then also if it doesn't, if Phelan does stay in the speaker's seat?
Yeah, so that's going to be kind of the main question. How independent will the House be? This election cycle was punishing for House members that, for example, voted to impeach Attorney General Ken Paxton. The Senate was the body that voted to acquit him. And a lot of the representatives that voted to impeach him were primaried, and several of them lost. And so there may be less of an incentive for House representatives to sort of go their own way with legislation. Yes, and the other thing is Speaker Phelan was sort of a bit of a bulwark. He would protect his members who wanted to, have their own voice. And Lieutenant Governor Patrick is much more interested in, as James said, the grassroots, more conservative, even more further right legislation. So it's going to be a question of, are they going to be in lockstep with the Senate? No, but are they going to move more toward collaboration? Potentially, and it depends on the speaker candidate that wins.
I do want to talk about also, we are talking about Phelan and Cook as the two main candidates. Jasper, you and I have reported on this, but there's also these rumblings about a possibility of a third candidate. Because Representative Cook was able to get 48 members on a list, but 48 is not the 60% threshold of these sort of caucus rules. And so he is not a clear shot to win the endorsement battle on Saturday, which is a crucial date. Speaker Phelan has said he's got the votes, but of course the critics of Speaker Phelan say, sure, you got the votes, but are those votes mostly Democrats? Because we don't like that. And that was originally Joe Straus's problem and why he had such a hard time with the right wing of his party. And so both of them are projecting confidence. Both of them are saying, we're going to take it on Saturday. But then we know, and there are rumblings, that there are also members calling about, hey, what if we split off and had a third candidate? Can you talk a little bit about that? What's the strategy there, and what does that look like?
Sure. I think, just looking at the two leading candidates are, one of them, the main challenger, has released a list, as you mentioned, that doesn't amount to what he needs to get to majority support in the caucus or majority support on the floor. And then the incumbent speaker is saying he's got the votes, but he hasn't publicly released his list of supporters. So I think anytime you have a situation like that, these speaker races are just, anytime you kind of have a power vacuum where there isn't a established, incumbent speaker who, there's no doubt that they're going to be able to assemble the votes come January. We shouldn't be surprised that folks are going to be maneuvering kind of in the in the background in the smoke-filled rooms to try to assemble coalitions. It's kind of a rare opportunity.
Because the traditional way to put out a pledge list is to put out a pledge list that gets you over the threshold. That's what Bonin did, right. That's what Phelan did, and sort of it's game over at that point. But it's not been game over. So
right.
Talk us through the third candidate.
Yeah, and I think so the thought process and sort of what we've been hearing, there's been some reporting from other news organizations as well. There's sort of this small but significant group of lawmakers, maybe led by one or two folks, sort of mobilizing this effort to just kind of keeping it on the down low. It's a sensitive situation, but just trying to feel out members who in both camps, in the pro Phelan and the pro Cook camp, just like, hey, if things fall apart in the caucus meeting, there's a stalemate, and neither of the current frontrunners are able to get what they need. Would you be open to supporting someone who's kind of palatable to both camps? And I think it's a small universe of members who could even be considered for something like that, because there's just the Paxton impeachment vote, the voucher vote there are all sorts of I guess non-starter positions that members have taken that immediately put them out of the running. So I think that's just what makes this so hard, and why we have so much uncertainty right now is a lot of people have strong opinions about in the Republican caucus right now about who should be or what makes someone fit to lead the Texas House, and it's going to be tough to get to 60% for anyone, I think.
But the idea is basically to peel off support from both Cook and Phelan to form their own little faction.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I want to talk about the makeup of the new legislature. Obviously, a lot of change in the House. Bayless, you were talking about Speaker Phelan and his sort of way of doing things, which is to let the members vote their districts. A lot of members voted their districts, particularly on the school voucher, school choice, ESA, whatever you want to call it, conversation. And they are now sitting at home, going to stay at home because they're not coming back to the Capitol. So given that, I mean, what do you see as the political outlook for the new makeup of the legislature, particularly in the House, because that's where most of the change has been?
Yeah, I think there's a question for the representatives who voted against school vouchers and survived. Are they going to dig in, or are they going to say this isn't worth it? That's one question. Survive primary challenges, I mean. I think another one is whether the sort of further right wing of the party, which grew a few members in the most recent election, whether they will continue to be, not have a lot of power, not have a huge amount of sway, or whether people might start listening to them a little bit more. And I think also it will bring up the question of religion in public life will be even more on the table this session, as the new representatives have been generally very open about their religious views, and potentially more sympathetic to, for example, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick's vow that he will put the Ten Commandments in classrooms. And I think we'll have to see whether also the voucher bill that does come out, does get negotiated, how much room for change is going to be in their negotiation compromise, and how much we won't see in that bill.
Jasper?
That kind of gets, I think, to what I was saying earlier about just how it's sort of a stylistic thing, and of course, absolutely, there is plenty of room to go farther to the right. I maybe overstated that a little, but generally, the point being that these incoming freshmen, a lot of them are coming off these bruising primary races where they're riding high. They just I guess earlier this year ousted a lot of them, Phelan allies. They challenged Phelan's, some of his chairmen from the right, and ousted them from the legislature. So I think and they're coming in wanting to, essentially, I mean, it's removing the Democratic chairs, but I think also just, it kind of gets to the House has traditionally had this sense of whether real or not, or more of a facade, just kind of decorum and, talk politely to each other. And, it's sort of been an isolated caucus, the folks like Tony Tinderholt, Briscoe Kane, not as much him lately, he's been more with Phelan, but just, I think anyone who watches the legislature is familiar with, the kind of the rabble-rouser caucus getting up and, raising some sort of objection to Phelan, and he just swats them away because they just don't have the numbers to make an impact. So I think it's going to be a more kind of antagonistic House, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, you mentioned something interesting, which is that there's been more decorum, which is funny because I think the Senate, but this is before all of our times, but the Senate used to be that way, and it was a big place of debate and decorum, and I think they still have debate and decorum, but it's much more controlled by a very strong lieutenant governor in Dan Patrick. And there's always been lieutenant governors who have a strong hand, but I think by far, and we've written stories about this at the Texas Tribune, Lieutenant Governor Patrick really runs the Senate with an iron fist, and has sort of bent the chamber to his will, including by changing rules. And so I think that's sort of what you're hinting at with the House and potential rule changes or potential just changes of how things are run with the Democratic chairs.
Right, and what Blaise mentioned earlier about making sure that Republican priority bills, all receive floor votes before any Democratic bills, and a laundry list of other related changes that they want to see. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to keep picking on Jasper because he's my friend and I can do that. You said again, or you were talking about how there's not a whole lot of room to go to the right. One of my favorite things is a bio that I've seen from a political operative, which says that he's to the right of Reagan, to the left of God. So there's that's where the window is. And I kind of want to talk about that with Blaze because there is a desire for increased power from the GOP. Lieutenant Governor Patrick talks about this all the time, and he says, why should we have Democratic chairs when we are in the majority? We are in a supermajority in the Senate. And he says we should listen to the will of the people. So that's where he's taken that chamber. In the House, the Democrats have still had some role and some play. And so what does this do for Democrats as the minority party that's been out in the wild since 2003, and they've had small wins, or at least have been able to triage some legislation that they didn't like. But what could a potential change in Speaker and the new makeup of the legislature, what does it do for them in terms of trying to get their legislation through there?
I mean, I think we heard that basically their legislation will be considered last. And there's legislation that's important to Republicans that doesn't get passed. So if that's the case, if I have to wait for that legislation to get a floor vote in order to get my bill heard, it may never get heard. Also, you know, when you stand up to debate certain bills, depending on how the rule changes, if it's more of a speaker that rules with the iron fist, it may, you know, your comments may not really matter as much. Whereas you were saying in the past they've been able to, you know, stop some bills or kill bills. It seems like that would be a lot harder in a situation where they don't have the chairs and they just don't have, you know, the numbers on rules. And it'd be a lot harder for them to try and slow down the process of bills that they don't like from getting to the floor for a vote. And I mean, I think for Democrats, the best outcome would be for the current speaker to remain in that spot, even though he has sort of drawn back, I think 13 in 2021, now 8 Democratic chairs. It's still some, whereas the people in Cook's camp and that are against Phelan are basically saying you're not going to have any at all. And so to me, it's kind of it's a very easy choice for who they should pick.
For Democrats.
Yes.
Right.
Well, another part of you were asking about just ways that this might be borne out for Democrats, the kind of the loss of power. Another rule that, I guess, or another change that the anti-Phelan crowd is pushing for is, and this sounds kind of like inside baseball, but it was a big theme last session, is just restricting the ability to kind of use these technical, these procedural maneuvers, you know, points of order to, you know, basically sink these bills, you know, towards the end of session. The biggest bill I think that happened on was the Republican priority border security bill that would have created like a unit of deputized citizens to patrol the border. That got taken down kind of, you know, in the 11th hour by Democrats last session, and it led to a bill that, you know, still made national waves and went, you know, quite far, but it didn't, you know, for the anti-Phelan crowd, they want, you know, they want to go as far as they can. So I think that's a big, that was a big theme last session. We saw Democrats step in to use those technicalities to kill a lot of bills that otherwise would have passed.
And the anti-Phelan group calls those ticky-tacky points of order. You know, if you follow procedural rules, you may debate that, whether they're ticky-tacky or whether that's how the rules work. But one point that I wanted to make is that's sort of how the Senate works right now. The Senate, you rarely see a point of order called in the Senate, and I think there is an interest to see the House run more like the Senate. But Blaze mentioned a couple of things that I want to follow up on. One is that it's very clear that for the Democrats, the best thing for them is to vote for Dade Phelan, because he has continued to let them chair committees. And then two, you were talking about Democrats chairing committees and being able to potentially stop legislation that they dislike. That is, again, one of the arguments that the anti-Phelan group is saying. They're killing our bills. And one of those bills that has previously been stopped by either Democrats or more moderate Republicans is school vouchers. school choice legislation. So I want to talk a little bit about that. A lot of the members who voted, Republican members who voted against school vouchers, are gone now. They will not be back. Their replacements have pledged to vote for a school choice program like what the governor has proposed. I want to go to Bayless first and see and talk about what the likelihood is of a school choice program happening this session, and how quickly that might get out of the gates.
Yeah, so Governor Abbott, who funded an enormous amount of primary challenges against Republicans who voted against his school voucher bill last session, as well as some Democrats who opposed it, has said he has the votes. So he is expressing a lot of confidence that this, a school voucher program which would allow for taxpayer money to be used toward private school tuition, he thinks that'll go through, but the question will still be, what parameters will this bill have? How much of the funding will go toward teacher pay? The last bill that was proposed had a pretty significant teacher pay raise component to it, and how much will go, how much will the vouchers be for? What kinds of schools could they be for? And I think, and also, what income level for the families. I think generally it would probably not be a lot of restrictions. It could be used by anyone, but we don't know yet. So that's the kind of thing that'll be debated, and I don't think it'll be right off the bat. I think it'll be a lot of behind the scenes talk before we see a bill filed.
Well, I think the other big point of contention that last year that will have to be ironed out again this time around is basically testing requirements, whether private schools that participate in the voucher program are held to the same standards. And I believe the Senate was against including that, and the House put that into their bill kind of at the end to sort of throw a bone to the moderate Republicans. So I think, and on the eligibility standpoint too, just Governor Abbott has been pretty adamant that it's got to be universal eligibility, that any public school or any student in Texas should be eligible. But at the end of the day, it's the money will still run out, depending on how much they approve. So, the other kind of devil in the details is how they decide who gets prioritized, kind of what Bayless was saying. And I feel like those might be two of the biggest things that could, it's a slim voucher majority right now, so there's not a whole lot of room for defection from Abbott's standpoint.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I know you talked about the fact that teacher pay was tied to it before, and I think with Governor Abbott being very outspoken about the fact that he believes he has the votes, I think it'd sort of be like, I have a child, and my child, when he's watching his iPad with a friend, he wants to watch that show, and I'll say, y'all need to compromise. But that's a reason to compromise. I don't think there's much reason here to compromise anymore and give them sort of the accountability that, moderate Republicans maybe wanted, or Democrats wanted, or, these things that were in the bill to sweeten the deal. Who am I sweetening it for now?
Yeah. One thing that you all have mentioned is sort of the details of what the specific legislation will look like. And I think one thing to talk about is a lot of these members who are new, Republican members specifically, have come in saying, I will vote for voucher school choice legislation. It's very easy to say that on the campaign trail. It's very easy when you've got a bunch of grassroots activists saying that to you and saying that they'll carry you over the finish line. It's very different when you come into the Capitol and then there's school districts, there's teachers, there's other parents who are saying these things actually may potentially hurt my child, my school district, and the overall economy in our district. So given that, and that's what some of the particularly the rural members who school districts are huge employers out in their districts have said, how much pressure is there on these members who have already pledged to vote for school choice to follow through and do that? In other words, is there any wiggle room there for them. It doesn't seem like it, because Blaze was saying that the governor has, he's confident. I think that's an understatement. I mean, he called a school choice press conference. I think he scheduled it the day before the election for the day after the election, and I'm like, he's calling a shot. He knows he's got the numbers. But so how much pressure is there on these members?
Well, you were rightfully mentioning kind of the pressure coming from the school districts back home and sort of the anti-voucher advocates. But I think one of the most powerful counter forces you could imagine right now is the threat of Governor Abbott and sort of this army of pro-school voucher organizations coming in and going scorched earth against you in your primary in 2 years if you go back on your pledge. So I think that's going to be fresh on
massive amounts of money.
Yeah, just they have no chance of these individual candidates have little chance of competing with it's out some of the out of state donors who have been pushing for this around the country. I mean, it's kind of unheard of sums in these fairly down ballot races. So I think it's just thinking about the pressure. That's kind of the vibe around the House right now is like Abbott showed his muscle, and nobody's really chomping at the bit to be on the wrong side of that in 2 years.
Let's talk about some social issues, because there's going to be probably a lot of them. Some that come to mind are abortion, transgender rights. We were talking about the infusion of religion more and more into public life, into publicly funded life like schools. So I want to talk about abortion first. I'll go to Bayless because she's reported on this a little bit, but there's been a lot of talk since the Dobbs decision about whether there needs to be changes to Texas's abortion laws and whether there needs to be exceptions to those laws banning abortion in nearly every case here in the state of Texas. That obviously hasn't happened. There's been resistance, but there's been more and more reporting as time has gone on about people who have died because they have had complications with their pregnancies. So, Bayless, I just want to chat with you a little bit about what the likelihood is of any changes to abortion laws. It seems like not likely, but you were saying that there might be some conversation about that.
Yeah, so this has been a really interesting year when it comes to that topic. I think it's important to note that last session there were bills filed to expand the exception. Texas, as political, Representative Colin Allred's campaign against Ted Cruz, and a number of, Kamala Harris's campaign really focused on what the Texas law is, and I think made a lot more people understand what it is, which is that there is an exception for the life of the mother. A life-threatening condition must be present for a woman to qualify for a legal abortion in Texas, and this begins at fertilization. So people are more aware of that. Polls show that Texans are not generally, most Texans do not feel that that is what they would choose as a law. But most Texans also showed in the last election that this was not a hugely motivating issue. They did not vote for Democrats in droves. Still, more than 40% voted for Democrats, but it wasn't an issue that flipped the House or, had an enormous impact as some abortion rights advocates hoped. So bills were filed last session that would have added exceptions for, more other health conditions, rape and incest, which there is no exception for. And they didn't even get hearings. Only one passed, and only basically because it was sort of not really publicized, which was it added an affirmative defense for when women have ectopic pregnancies or premature water breaks. But that's not the same as an exception. It didn't change the underlying law. It just says if you're sued or prosecuted over an abortion that you provided as a physician, you have a defense. Oh, I did it because of this. This session, yes, after an enormous amount, there were lawsuits against the law that also failed, but an enormous amount of talk about about this and some more, I think, pushback against Republicans on this issue. They've heard from people in their districts. Republicans in other states have shown that even when they vote for Republicans at the top of the ticket, they may support abortion rights. And that was, in 7 states, I think, those abortion referendums passed. Anyway, Democrats have filed bills that would create more exceptions. Those are unlikely, very unlikely, to get hearings. But there are some efforts from lobbyists and some talk about a potential. It's not a zero. I wouldn't say it's zero, but it's low. It's a low chance that the underlying ban will change.
Yeah, the challenge I see there is that, as you said, it's the Democrats filing the bills, right? It's not Republicans filing the bills. They haven't come out and said, we want to consider exceptions, at least not vocally. And we've also not seen the big three, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Governor Abbott, and Speaker Phelan say anything about exceptions. And so that's why I think there is a challenge for anyone who's interested in that type of legislation. But you were talking about op-ed that Senator Brian Hughes, who's the author of one of these laws, put out in the Houston Chronicle after some of this reporting. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so for those unfamiliar, ProPublica put out 3 stories about women who died after having miscarriages where there was an intervention to facilitate the passage of the miscarriage, because in some cases it seems that the doctors felt that they couldn't do that legally, or perhaps the incentive just wasn't there when the penalty for a physician who performs an abortion is up to 99 years in prison, loss of license, fines of no less than $100,000. Senator Brian Hughes, who is the author of the Heartbeat Act, which was before the pre-Dobbs abortion ban, wrote an op-ed responding to that reporting saying, this is basically left-wing misinformation. These doctors absolutely could have performed these abortions. These women obviously had life-threatening conditions. This was also to respond to 100 OBGYNs after this reporting came out saying the law is not clear enough. It forces us to wait to intervene until a woman is in dire distress. Anyway, he said the law can, these doctors could and basically should have intervened. And so he sort of came out in support of his law. But he also said more has to be done to make sure that doctors know the law, which is sort of an interesting thing for him to say. It's what they've been saying actually for 2 years now. And we'll have to see.
They being the Republicans or the doctors?
Yes, Republicans, yes. And abortion, anti-abortion groups have been saying that. Doctors don't understand it. They've admitted that. So that's
and doctors,
pretty interesting.
I think there's been surveys that doctors don't understand, and they are in fear of if they take these life-saving actions, they could be sued. There are high numbers of people of doctors who are highly educated people who don't understand. I think there is the exception for ectopic pregnancies, but that also has been misunderstood by some doctors, and I think there's been complications with that. But the other thing, I just want to have a caveat there of if Senator Hughes is saying there's more that needs to be done for them to understand it, that doesn't necessarily translate to we're going to make changes. Yeah, and I think there's also always that consideration around election time after big issues like this, which is the reported death of three people who had complications with their pregnancies, where people want to get out in front of it and say, hey, people need to better understand. But that is not translating to me to a change of law. And we've had other lawmakers, I think Senator Joan Huffman of Houston had also kind of discussed this in 21, and then nothing came of it. So until there, I think, is more actual volume behind any of these comments, I would be skeptical of that. Is that fair?
100%. Yeah, be skeptical. Until we see a bill filed by a Republican, it's not happening.
The tone of the Hughes op-ed sounds like he was signaling there's really no appetite to do this. Maybe he just sort of threw that on there at the end, but I think that's a correct read on it.
let's talk about transgender rights, because that's been an issue that has gained more and more steam. It was one of the issues you mentioned, the senatorial race between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. It was one of the main attacks that Senator Cruz used against Colin Allred, and it absolutely buried him. Senator Cruz talked about how it was his favorite ad to run against him. It played really well for voters. And so I just want to talk about a little bit of the sort of journey we've been on over here in the last 10 years here in Texas, where the bathroom bill failed in 2017. But then in the last 2 sessions, we have had movement on legislation that limits transgender rights, their ability to get health care, their ability to play in K through 12 sports. And I assume, one of you might want to chime in, that we will have legislation further restricting that. And sort of, if there's any legislation that you guys have already seen that is going along those lines, and what has changed in that conversation that we went from 2017, where people said, no, we're not going to do this, to now there is an increasing amount of movement on this type of legislation?
Yeah, I'll be open. I wasn't here in 2017, so I don't know exactly what has changed, but my guess is a more conservative legislature. They believe maybe they now have the numbers to pass a bathroom bill, so one has been filed. It relates to people using the bathroom that was assigned at birth, or the sex they were assigned at birth, they can use that bathroom on government property. Still, private businesses can sort of do what they want to do, but this is sort of the way that it goes. They start doing it on the government side first, and then chipping away until they can get it to the private sector. And then as far as some other legislation, I think it hasn't been filed, but I do think there'll be something about changing the birth certificate. I know we saw a policy over the summer that sort of said, hey, stop allowing people to change the sex on their birth certificate. My guess is that there may be some legislation, if needed, to go along with that.
Yeah, we were talking about this a little before the panel, but just sort of the next frontier, sort of a theme we might see this session is, the transgender-related laws so far have been pretty much universally aimed at children, teens, folks, under 18, and it seems like just it's going to shift more towards looking at adults with the return of the bathroom bill. I think is clearly fits in that category. One other one we haven't mentioned is just restricting the use of public funds for transgender care, and then the birth certificate matter. So I think that's I guess they pretty much got everything they wanted. Restricting the sports participation and just transgender care for minors. So I think that is sort of the next frontier is adult transgender care.
I think it's a very winning message for them when they limit it to kids, K through 12. And I think that's part of the reason why in 2017 it was like, well, these are grown people, people can make their choices. But by limiting it to kids, by saying we're going to protect girls' sports, it's a very winning message. Bayless, I want to go to you in terms of talking about the Democrats who I think for the most part are supportive of transgender rights, although there have been issues and there are some more conservative Democrats who are more on the fence about it. I think it is, frankly, a difficult issue to discuss for them because some of them are in more conservative areas of the state. And so what do Democrats do here? I mean, I think to a certain extent it's that transgender folks are more in the public now. I mean, they're just frankly are more viewed. I think it's because the society has become more open to them, but it's also a challenge for people who are in conservative districts who maybe have never come across a transgender person and they just frankly don't understand. So how do Democrats talk about this? Is it a challenge for them as they go forward into this session when there likely is going to be that type of legislation?
I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Democrats respond to these bills as they're filed, what they say, because what they say is most of what they have power to do when it comes to opposing these bills. I mean, there have been two kind of prominent issues or like situations with Democrats. There was Representative Sean Thierry of the Houston area who voted in favor of a ban on gender-affirming care, and that put her out of step with her district. She was primaried, she lost, but she was quickly embraced by Republicans. And she's, spoken about Democrats are so wrong on this issue. They would tell me, behind the scenes, we don't really want to vote for this, but we're going to because we're Democrats, and that's sort of interesting. And then there was the Democratic Party chair, Texas Democratic Party chair, Gilbert Hinojosa, who spoke sort of the day after the election with KUT and said, we have maybe gone too far on certain issues related to trans rights, potentially talking about, sports, that kind of thing. He probably apologized, but it sort of opened up the conversation in his party about where do we go with this? It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, I think they definitely struggle with that issue, and I think there is.
And I forgot to mention he resigned shortly afterward. Although
right.
he cited other things, he did not cite these comments in his resignation.
Right. I think that is certainly a difficult issue. I want to go to another difficult issue, which is the border, and I think this will be my last question before we start taking questions. There's a mic right there. Matt Ewalt is standing right there if people want to start lining up. But I do want to talk about the border because we saw tremendous change in how people in border regions are voting, tremendous gains for President Trump, tremendous gains for Republicans in South Texas and along border counties. And I just want to talk about border issues because I do think that people down there feel it the most. There have been, the numbers of migrants have gone down this year, but for the last couple of years, there have been high numbers, and they are the ones feeling the brunt of it. So what can we expect this session from the Texas legislature, knowing that there will be a Republican administration, Trump administration, that's going to be very tough on the border? Do we expect them to pull back on some of the funding, or do we have to wait and see? What can we expect?
Well, as of now, it sounds like Governor Abbott and other Republican leaders are kind of trending in that direction of cutting back on the funding. I think it's we had a story about this on the Tribune site. Essentially, Abbott has said he expects to need some sort of stopgap funding to until Trump takes office and implements his crackdown policies. But I think just in terms of the billions that Texas has spent on border security over the last 4 years, that's if that is how it plays out, where Operation Lone Star kind of winds down, or we get to a point where it's not like $5 billion per biennium. That's $5 billion that can go towards teacher raises. Who knows? And I think we're hoping to talk about a little bit about the budget. There's looks like there's going to be around a $15 to $20 billion surplus. I think 17 billion was the number I saw. So, plus maybe some freed up money that would have gone towards border security. It'll be another kind of just like herding cats to figure out how that money is going to get spent. I think with just so many competing interests. We've seen this story before from last session.
Mo money, mo problems. We got questions.
And before we get to questions in our in-person audience, just a reminder for those watching online, you can ask questions via our Q&A portal at texastribune.org/ask. And just a reminder for our audience here, when you're asking questions today, make sure there's a question mark at the end of your question, so we can also, just out of respect for our fellow audience members, so we can get to as many questions as possible.
Thank you. I read this morning, I think it was a tweet on Blue Sky from salon.com, that Texas and Georgia are hiding the numbers of women who have died because of a lack of abortion access. Do you know anything about this?
We have statistics in Texas from the Health and Human Services Commission. The one thing is that the data that we have on those kinds of things is not that current. It requires context. So I think we have up to like 2023, and there was an increase in maternal deaths, but COVID played a large role. It's hard to tell what caused it, but those statistics are on the Health and Human Services Commission. Hiding, I don't know. I think one could look into it more. I don't know. Do you know?
Yeah, I think my understanding, just from following that story a little bit yesterday, is that it's the 2 years after or I guess the year and a half since the Dobbs decision, that's the data that is in question, that may not get released. And essentially the Texas officials in charge of this have said that they're going to skip over those years. And I think the claim that I saw from the state health officials is that the timing looks kind of politically suspect for obvious reasons, but part of the context you're mentioning is I think this is not that unusual historically. They have, because it's just impossible to keep pace with. I saw some reporting on this story yesterday that basically, one of the state health officials was saying if we just tried to keep up year after year after year on this data, we'd probably be around stuck in 2016 or so right now. So I think. But yeah, it's worth watching that because I think we've just seen some initial reporting so far. Yeah, and I just want to distinguish. I think that story might have been about the Maternal Mortality and Morbidity Review Committee. They review deaths. So we have the data. It's out there. It's on HHSC, at least for 2023. What they talked about skipping was doing a review of individual deaths, where they go on and say, these are the factors that cause these deaths. So while people, I think, there have been lots of criticism about they need to review these, especially in the years after Dobbs. It's not that they're hiding the composite numbers.
Next question.
At least to my knowledge.
Thank you. We have 4 questions here, and I think we have some from online as well, so just keeping to our schedule too, as is appropriate with our panelists. Maybe there's one panelist who's able to answer the question, just also so we can keep it going. But thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Sparkle Williams. We heard a lot about problems with the care of children in the state's care, Child Protective Services. The court decisions the court no longer seems to be getting involved in or being able to intervene in that. Is there any appetite for the legislature to get more involved in getting a Child Protective Services that actually protects children?
Has anyone here done any reporting on that?
Bayless?
They've had hearings about the foster care system where they've talked about some problems. I think there's also some hesitation to expand state intervention in family issues. I think we're going to have to see.
It's also a years-long battle, and it costs a lot of money. And lawmakers rarely have a whole lot of appetite for things that cost more money, even though this is obviously a crucial need for kids. I don't know that I've seen a whole lot of appetite for lawmakers to get super involved. I mean, there are people who are particularly interested in this issue and dedicate themselves to it, but it's not a groundswell of people. And so I haven't seen the appetite for much more activity on this, and frankly, I think when it's a lawsuit against the state, lawmakers usually just want the lawsuit to go away. And in other words, the resolution is make the lawsuit go away, which is sort of the strategy that has been implemented, to your point about the court and the judge who's been working on this case being taken off the case. But thank you for the question. Next question.
Hi, James, Dave, Montgomery. I appreciate the opportunity for your great, excellent seminar. I've been following the speakers race. I was curious about your point about a possible third member in the speakers race. Who are some of the potential candidates, and what are y'all hearing?
Well,
Davey, working us for info.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's right. I figure any sources would be good.
This guy's good. I guess I don't think we're in a position reporting-wise to say who. I mean, one name to watch, I think we can say, just because he has previously he previously ran for speaker and didn't get the requisite support. But and I don't know if I'm thinking of James Frank. I don't know if he's necessarily involved in this third candidate effort, or more just, it sounds like he's kind of making it known to members that, you know, he would be open to being their anointed candidate.
Yeah, and I feel comfortable saying James Frank, who's a representative from Wichita Falls, I want to say, because Quorum Report has put that reporting out there that he is throwing himself as a candidate. I'll also note, David Joe, that none of the members who had previously filed for speaker candidacy have officially pulled their names out of the hat. So that's something to watch. But even outside of those people, I think that there are more people making, well, I know that there are more people making calls, but I don't know. I'm hoping it's done by 3 because the LA Galaxy plays in the MLS Cup at that time. So next question.
And UT, I think.
Good morning. My name is Renato de los Santos. I'm here with North Texas LULAC. My questions for the panel are about some bills that have been pre-filed and what the likelihood is that they might be passed. One of them, of course, is about the effort to try to have school districts de-enroll undocumented students. And then also, Texas was the leader nationally in 2001 in enrolling and creating in-state tuition for undocumented students at the higher ed level. There are some bills that are attacking that opportunity. What are the likelihood that those bills might move forward in this legislature?
I was told by a former legislator that just because a bill is pre-filed doesn't always mean that it's like, hey, we got all the votes for it, so we're putting it out there. Sometimes it could just come from somebody who, you know, wants to state a position and get it out there. So maybe amendments could come along a lot quicker the earlier that you get a bill out there. I haven't looked into those particular bills, but that would just be my initial thought, is that a lot of these pre-filed bills are, you know, maybe that person's passion project or something that they thought of, but not the whole Republican.
Yeah, to tack onto that real quick, I mean, I think part of the answer to that question hinges pretty heavily on the outcome of the speaker's race, where those sorts of bills that, you know, go further than the legislature has traditionally been willing to go, you know, that's in that category of finding that room further to the right we've been talking about.
Yeah. Those have gone nowhere usually, so if they move forward, that's a clear indication of where the legislature has gone. I want to go to the next question here.
Hi there, my name's Sadie. And James, your last question kind of touched on this a little bit with the border, but I was just curious with the incoming administration at the federal level, if y'all see any potential for trends in policy or governance or, you know, government structure. Think of the Department of Government Efficiency or, you know, conversations happening around DOE that might find purchase here in Texas.
What do you mean exactly by the related to the border you were saying?
Oh, well, just that it was a federal issue that had come up.
I think the question is sort of, because of the changes up in Washington, changes that we could see here in Texas?
I mean, I've seen at least one lawmaker tweet about, oh, we need that here, like the Department of Government Efficiency. I mean, and Texas Republicans absolutely...
Sunset Commission.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Texas Republicans love to talk about bureaucratic inefficiency. So I think it could happen. I don't know if there's been a concerted
I think our esteemed colleague Renzo Downey, I saw him tweet something yesterday about, I think it was Briscoe Cain started a Doge caucus or something to that effect. So
we're just having fun with it. I think one important thing, I don't know where you went, I think it was Sadie, energy. Energy, I think that could have a lot of changes. Obviously, President Biden had very different thoughts than President Trump has. And I've seen Representative Jared Patterson talking about nuclear energy, changes to how we produce energy, obviously, and obviously we're a huge energy state. So that's one that I would like really, really look at. Obviously, immigration is the other one, but yeah.
Hi, my name is Lisa Yin. I have a quick non-political question. The day before yesterday, I noticed a lot of streaks in the clear sky. I believe it's made by like some special airplane. They just like the white streak across the sky. Many people say it's more like a chemtrails. So I mean, it's very concerning. So I wonder when any journalist or news organization is paying attention to those kind of things. Thanks.
I just wanted to quickly say that where I just came from in Tennessee, it doesn't answer your question, but they actually passed a bill to ban chemtrails. And yeah, they banned, you know, if they do exist, they banned chemtrails, and they also banned vaccinated lettuce.
I don't know about that part, but
That's just, if you want to add some content, go ahead.
Thank you for the question. I think we're going to go to the next. Oh, I think that's it?
Yep, I think we're good.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
For those who are gathered here, we're going to take a five-minute break or so. We're going to try to get started at 10:15 with our next panel. So please, restroom break, coffee, whatever else you need to do, and back here in a few. Thank you. for Florida politics. We'll have about 15 minutes for questions after the conversation here, and with that, I turn the program over to Renzo.
All right, well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. We've got an exciting panel today, and we've also got an exciting session that's coming up. And here with us, we've got two of the new members here. One who's been sworn in already, one who's about to be sworn in. And they're going to be part of a session that has been years in the making. And we're going to get into what these new members hope to make of that new session here. So already got a little bit of an introduction, but I'll just add that Senator Cook was sworn in earlier this year after current Houston Mayor John Whitmire resigned his seat. And Sarah Cook had to win two, arguably three races to get to this point. 3 races?
A total of 4, actually.
4 races to get here. And Mr. McLaughlin, former Uvalde mayor, he won a seat that was held by Democrat Tracy King. So that was one of the 2 flips that Republicans made in the state house. So with that, we've got 32 new House members this coming year. That's out of 150 House members. 24 of those new members are Republicans. 15 of those took out incumbents on their way to getting into the legislature. That is quite a sea change within the GOP caucus. And you know, with something like that, where the grassroots was heavily involved, as a new member coming in, do you see that election, both in the primaries and in the general, do you see that as a mandate for this new class of GOP members to really make some changes within the House?
I do. One of the things that I see, I look at it as a mandate, but I don't look at it as a Republican mandate or a Democratic mandate. I look at it as a mandate from the people of the state of Texas to say, hey, let's go up to Austin and let's get some things done and quit the infighting and sit down and see if we can't work together and get good things done for the people of Texas. That's what I see.
So you don't see it as any different than the mandate that the more senior members should have at this point?
I don't. I mean, the only reason I ran is because I'm tired of the my way or the highway attitude on both sides. And it's time that we sit down and have a conversation. You know, we're elected by the people of Texas and our constituents in our district. And to me, that means I need to roll up my sleeves and sit down at the table with anybody and have a negotiation. I'm not going to get 100% of what I want. They're not going to get 100% what they want, but we ought to be able to find something in the middle that works. And I think that's what people in Texas want to start seeing.
And part of what the House is going to be pushing for is, it sounds like there's going to be this renewed push for school choice, school vouchers, education saving accounts, whatever you want to call it. And that's one of the policy provisions that the House is going to be pushing for now. And you've also got this speaker fight that's happening. It's going to be coming to a head this week with the GOP caucus meeting on Saturday. And you've supported David Cook, who's challenging Speaker Dade Phelan in that race. Do you still stand by David Cook, and do you believe that he has a path to the speakership?
Well, right now, I don't think either candidate has the votes to pass. I don't think they have the majority of the votes. I don't think David has them. I don't think Speaker Phelan has them right now to get that path. So, you know, we have to sit down and keep an open mind and sit down and listen to what each one has to say, and hopefully we can come out of there with consensus and come together and not be torn and drag this out for a month and a half.
So if Speaker Phelan wins that caucus vote on Saturday, do you plan to support him and work with leadership come January?
I'm going to support and work with anybody that's in a position. Like I said, I didn't come up here with an agenda. I don't have an agenda. I want to do what's right for the people of my district and the people of the state of Texas. And, I represent one of the counties that I represent is Webb County. It's one of the fastest growing counties there is. It's 355,000 people now. South Laredo is growing. We just got approved for another international bridge to come in, which will go in my district in South Laredo. So, I mean, I want to be fighting for what I need in my district, and I'll work with anybody that I need to or is willing to sit down at the table to get things done.
Now, Senator Cook, you're jumping into a very different environment. It's, the Senate is led by Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and that means that there's conservative leadership from the top down, very streamlined, and you're going to be operating within the minority. And you've said that you plan to use your position to take on Governor Abbott, take on the Lieutenant Governor, take on Attorney General Ken Paxton. And you also come from an activist background, correct? And your predecessor, John Whitmire, he was known for working with the leadership, being very bipartisan. Is this going to be a change, a tack for your district to have you in place now?
I love this question, and we get it all the time. And I will say I'm an emergency room nurse. First and foremost, above everything else, I'm an ER nurse. And when I walk into my ER, I treat every single patient that comes through the door, regardless of their party, regardless of whether or not they vote. I work with all kinds of physicians, all kinds of nurses, and we use teamwork to achieve life-saving outcomes. And that's exactly what I'm going to do in the Texas Senate. And my predecessor is known for working across the aisle and also taking a stand on his principles when he needed to and when the district needed him to. And the best advice that every senior person tells you when you walk into the Texas Capitol is vote your district. Take care of your district. And I'm so excited to hear you talking about it that way. That's exactly how I feel about it. How do I take my nursing practice from one patient at a time to 950,000 patients at a time or 30 million patients at a time? And I'll be proud to, again, work with anyone who's in there and wants to work on life-saving policy.
So you don't see yourself taking as much of a combative approach necessarily. You're just going to stand when you need to.
So funny how people have ideas about who's walking into these chambers and who they're going to be. Every single day is new. Every single day you're learning, and we're just the nicest senator that you've ever met. That's what's coming across. The Democrats have been welcoming. The Republicans have been welcoming. We'll stick to our values. We'll maintain our principles, and we will do whatever we can to pass life-saving policy.
Yeah, that's a good point that you make. That we have, we've come to ideas about what this new class is going to look like. Do you think that the incoming class is some monolith, that they have a cohesive set of ideas? Because from the outside, it seems like the group is pretty unified.
I would say yes. I mean, one of the things that I think you're going to see this freshman class attack is the budget. Texas government keeps growing and growing and growing, and I think you're going to see. I think one of the questions we got yesterday when we were there, they asked, one of the freshmen asked, well, when we start the budget, where do you start? Well, we bring last year's budget in and say, this is where we start. Do you want to add anything to it? Instead of starting at zero and figuring out what we need to do and where we need to cut and what we need to say. We're very blessed right now and have a surplus, but that surplus isn't always going to be there. So we need to prepare for that day, and we need to cut where we cut. We need to combine where we need to combine, and be more fiscally responsible.
And when you come in as new members, you're coming in with a fresh set of eyes to a process that's gone on for decades. What are some things that you think you can change with a fresh set of eyes?
I think that's a really valuable way of looking at it. On a healthy hospital unit, you have senior nurses, kind of mid-service nurses who've been there for a medium amount of time, and then you always have new grads. And the new grads are energetic, they've got the freshest research, and the kind of medium level nurses follow all the rules, and you've got your senior nurses that kind of know all the hacks and know how to do everything. And by that combination of really sticking to the freshest data, but also knowing that you're relying on institutional knowledge and seniority to kind of make this really complex system run. It's exciting to be able to bring those fresh eyes, but I think we would be foolish or remiss not to look towards some leadership for their expertise and their seniority, which is extremely valuable in a system that's existed for this long and serves this many people.
And I would agree with that. I mean, you've got people that have been here, have got a lot of experience. I'm a freshman legislator coming in. I'm not going to be able to change the world. I realize that. But again, I'm here to learn. I'm not bashful. I'll call it like I see it when I see it. I'll try to input ideas when I can. But at the same token, I'm here to work together and try to move forward, not backwards.
One thing I've heard from some new members is on the GOP side in the House is that with this civil war that people are calling it within the GOP caucus, that the new members have been asked to step up, that they are participating in these early conversations about the speaker. And I'm just curious if you feel like you have been welcomed into that, or if you were more pushed into taking stances on the speaker's race, on the state of the House before you've gotten into the House and involved and familiar with how things are working.
Well, I mean, sure, I've had many phone calls and many things, and yes, I did early on agree with David Cook being the Speaker of the House, but when it gets down to it, I'm going to go in there and listen to everybody whether it's Speaker Phelan, if it's David Cook, or if it's another person, I'm going to listen to what they have to say and how they want to unify this party to get something done and not fight and not have the infighting in that. And so that's what I'm going to do. But yes, I mean, we've had the calls and we want you to vote here, we want you to do that. But, I'm going to, as the senator said, I'm going to vote my district, what I think is best for my district. And that's how I'm going to look at it.
And now I'd like to talk a little bit about the Robb Elementary shooting that, as we discussed earlier, you were mayor when that happened. And as mayor, you took on a national presence, criticizing state officials for, specifically within DPS, for accusing them of leaking specific angle to try to make themselves look better. As we go into this next session, what do you believe your role is going to be for the Uvalde community as you try to guided them through, now guiding them past that tragedy?
Well, the sad thing is we're fixing to come up on the third year anniversary. That community still doesn't have answers. DPS is still holding information they haven't released. Our district attorney in Uvalde still holding information that you weren't released. You indicted 2 officers, a school police chief and one of his subordinates, in a deal out of 341 officers. Look, there's no question there was a failure that day of the leadership in law enforcement, not just the Uvalde School District, the Uvalde Police Department, every agency. And there were, contrary to what everybody believes, I was on that scene within 15 minutes. I was on a walker. I just had hip surgery, but you had FBI there, you had DEA there, you had U.S. Marshals there, you had Homeland Security there, you had Border Patrol there, you had DPS. There were numerous agencies there. The failure was nobody took a command position that day. So hopefully what we can do is, number one, for my community, is that we can hopefully this tragedy never happens again. Sadly, it probably will somewhere again, but hopefully we can learn from those lessons, from those mistakes that day. I mean, those parents should never have to bury their children. It should be children burying their parents. And so my heart still breaks for those families, and they still don't have the answers, and we still don't have closure. I mean, that's just a wound that's still festering, because about every 6 months, somebody comes up with a story or a new lead or a new this, and it opens it all up again, and the frustration's there. So hopefully we can get the answers that we need. Everybody needs to be big boys and lay their cards on the table and take your lumps. I mean, I don't know any other way to put it. You made mistakes that day. Own up to it and be done. As far as the DPS, the narrative of the story with the DPS changed 5 times in 3 days. I mean, that's where I got frustrated. I mean, and still frustrated to this day. I mean, when you listen to their narrative and so forth, it's still like they want to blame the Uvalde Police Department and mainly the school police department. And yes, they're culpable in it and that, but every agency was there. You know, they said their first DPS officers didn't get there till 11:52. I can show you tape where they were there at 11:36 and 11:37 and 11:38 and 11:41. So, I mean, you know, and some of them were senior officers. I mean, some of them were lieutenants, some of them were captains, some of them were sergeants. I mean, like I said, to go forward, we just need to know, release the information was there so these families can they're never going to get over the loss of their child. But as long as you don't have the answers or the truth of what took place that day, you're not going to get closure to it.
And now that you are going to be serving within the legislature, do you think the legislature should change, how do you think the legislature should change how they approach specifically the Robb Elementary case and school shootings more broadly?
Well, I mean, from my standpoint, you know, there's a big push again to change the age and so forth. Changing the age is not the answer. I mean, there may be a piece to the puzzle there, but until we start addressing the social issues that bring this on, till we address the violence in Hollywood movies, when you play video games where kids taught to shoot people and kill people all day long, and they play it for 10, 12 hours a day, you desensitize what life is. They have no concept of what life is. Then we have broken families. You know, we have grandparents that are raising their kids because the parents they're in jail for drug use or they're strung out on drugs, so the grandparents are having to raise. And then you add mental health to this. And you know, there's no question that this guy that did this shooting had mental problems, and we missed it somewhere. You know, I advocated when I first became mayor, I had 3 people within 18 months, 3 young people commit suicide. We went out looking for help for the community. We had none. We had 2 mental health counselors that covered a 5-county area. If we saw them once a month in our community, we were lucky. So I advocated, and you know, the tragedy is the Robb school shooting. There's finally going to be a mental health hospital built in Uvalde, Texas, that will have 16 beds for youth, 16 beds for adults, that will serve 31 rural counties, and will have an outpatient service there too. Will be the first in the country, that we can hopefully get something done for a change. Because every politician gets on stage and they all talk about, oh, we're going to champion mental health, we're going to champion this, and we're going to do that. And you know what they've done? Nothing.
And Senator Cook, you're also going to be involved in whatever conversations happen around Uvalde in this coming session. What do you think the legislature needs to change in their approach?
And with great due respect to the representative-elect, who has a very different perspective of what happened that day than I do, as an emergency room nurse who sees kind of the chronic results of gun violence in our societies, I support, you know, a myriad of widely popular policy changes that I do think Texas needs to take, things like universal background checks, things like extreme risk protective orders, things like, and in my opinion, raising the age, especially around certain assault-style rifles. So yeah, I'll have an opportunity to participate in those conversations from the perspective of a healthcare professional, which I just think is very valid and credible. And I do see these things on practically a daily basis. And it's not just those high acuity moments where somebody's life is on the line, a trauma situation. There's also, you see folks who live with bullets in their bodies for their entire lives. They can't get MRIs ever again because there's metal inside their body that won't ever come out. And I think that's just a really powerful illustration of what gun violence is doing in our state and in our nation. It's living inside of us right now, and we do need to make some changes in the interest of public health.
And Mr. McLaughlin, you've also said that while you don't necessarily trust state officials, that I believe you said that the law enforcement within the community, you trusted what they were saying more. Is that, am I misrepresenting what you've said?
Well, the report we got that day, everybody came out, the Uvalde Police Department gave that report. The report that was given to the governor the day after was given by a senior DPS officer.
Mm-hmm.
And the deal there. Do I believe that we have been transparent as far as the city of Uvalde and the police department? While I was mayor, we tried to make sure. I mean, I released videos when lawyers were telling me not to. I didn't turn down a press conference if somebody wanted to do it. I tried to address the questions head on, because I felt this community owed it, and I think that there is still some distrust there by not releasing this information. What are you trying to hide?
Right. And so now you're going to be stepping into the legislature, and you're going to have some oversight over state officials. How has your experience with the shooting shaped how you view state officials and the way state government operates? And do you think that when you step into the legislature, having that oversight role, that is going to change how you process what officials tell you, and how, when they come present before the committee, how you are going to sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here a little bit, but do you think that it's changing how you are going to handle state officials?
I do. I mean, look, they need to be transparent. They're accountable to the public. They're representing the public, and you need to lay the cards on the table, whatever the situation is. I mean, we need to. There needs to be transparency in it, and that's what I have seen lacking. When you say the government, I will say this: the governor, the lieutenant governor, the Speaker of the House. They moved mountains to get things done in Uvalde. They did. And contrary to what anybody once said, I was on the ground. I saw it. I know that the governor met with each family member individually, every one of them, and offered all kinds of assistance. Some took it, some turned it down. So, but I mean, I think there needs to be transparency and oversight, and the DPS shouldn't have no law enforcement agency should have the discretion to release what they want to release or not when they want to release. Now, if it's an active investigation, you have to do some things. But we've been going on 3 years, and we're still claiming it's active investigation. I mean, let's be realistic. We hadn't even got to destroy or tear down the building where this shooting took place because it's an active investigation scene. So I think there needs to be more transparency and truthfulness, and just lay the cards on the table.
All right, moving on to another topic. I'd like to talk about school choice, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be one of the bigger policy arguments within the legislature this coming year. The Senate passed a school choice bill multiple times over the course of several special sessions, and the House never quite got there. At this point, Senator Cook, do you believe that ESAs are inevitable this session?
Well, I try not to entertain hypotheticals because the real world is vexing enough. But I know that voting my district means keeping public money in public schools, and that's the position that I will hold in that chamber.
So does that mean that there's a place for Democrats to work with Dan Patrick to try to find some sort of middle ground on vouchers?
I think that's a question whose answer will unfold as the session progresses. Personally, from my perspective right now, I don't see a middle ground in taking public money out of public schools and putting them into private schools. I'm just not sure. We've seen examples from everywhere from Louisiana to Indiana to Arizona that have had bad outcomes. But if there is a middle ground, I'm willing to look at it and talk about it, and we'll see what comes of it.
And Mr. McLaughlin, the House is where that fight is really taking place. After the primaries, it seems like the governor has the votes likely for his ESAs. And at this point, is it a question of if, or is it a question of what is that bill going to look like?
Well, first, I haven't seen the bill. The last bill that I saw that would have passed, for my district in rural Texas, where everybody screams that rural Texas is going to be heard, from my understanding, they weren't going to take money from the public education fund away from that. The schools would still get it. But as a business owner that employs people, when I get people that come out of high school and they come to work, and you take them back there to give them an application, and they can't fill out an application. They graduate high school, and they can't read, and they can't write, and that we've got a problem. And when and Texas is ranked 43rd in the nation in our education. We're teaching to a STAR test. And I'll tell you from experience, I had a grandson that we had in the dual language academy, supposed to be the elite of the elite, made A's and B's. Now we're at fault too, we should have been paying more attention, but they passed him to the next grade. Guess what? He couldn't read and he couldn't write. And so we pulled him out and we put him in a private school that's there in Uvalde, and now he's a year ahead of where he should be. But this is what we're doing to these kids. These kids that we're educating today are us tomorrow, and we're not equipping them. And maybe school choice isn't, maybe the voucher system or something, but what we've got's broken, and we've got to do something to fix it. Because, like I said, these kids are us tomorrow. They're going to be sitting in this seat, and that seat, and in your seat in the future. And we need to make sure these kids are equipped and that we're teaching them and we're giving them the tools that they need. And right now, I don't feel that we are.
And another issue that seems to always come up within the legislature, specifically within the Senate, it seems, is this tug of war between the state government and Houston, and cities more broadly, but it seems like it's specifically Houston. And that fight seems to happen in the Senate a good bit. And now that you're going to be stepping into the Senate and representing Houston, where do you see your role as those discussions take place?
Well, I should definitely mention that there are more cities than just Houston in my district. We have everything from Southside Place, Bel Air to Humble, so we've got quite a few places. But of course, there's tension between local control and centralized government. I don't think that there's any form of government in our whole nation that does not see some sort of tension between local control and centralized government. And I'm here to live in the tension and to help people figure it out. I'm very grateful that my predecessor is now the mayor of Houston. I think that's an extremely exciting opportunity for everyone to figure out how do we move forward in a way that's best for everybody in the Houston area and Harris County and across the state of Texas. Because my suspicion is there's a lot of good public health outcomes that we can reach if we find how to live in that tension, work together. And I can't speak for anything that's come before me, so that's another exciting thing about being a fresh pair of eyes. I don't have beef. I wasn't here last year. So I get to come in fresh and start new conversations with everyone and see what we can accomplish this session.
And I guess I'll go again to my previous question about how you would stand in contrast with how Senator Whitmire represented the district. Do you think that when Houston is, or when cities are being looked at by the legislature, that you need to be a loud defender of cities at that point, or what is the role of a freshman senator within that?
The role of a freshman senator is to be strategic and serve and be honest. That's the most important thing, is transparency and honesty. And that's exactly what I will do from this seat. I will do what is indicated in every moment to be strategic and achieve good policy that saves lives.
And this week has also been the week for freshman orientation within the legislature. Everybody's in town. Everybody's getting to meet who they're going to be working with for the next 2 years. Has there been any surprises after your first days of meeting? Is there anybody who really stuck out What are the surprises as you've been meeting new members?
You know, I don't think I've been surprised because I've talked to a bunch of them. I mean, I think it's been very informative. I think we've been given some really good information moving forward. Like I said, I was kind of like those other freshmen. I always thought you started your budget at zero and worked up. I didn't know we went off last year's budget and then see what we need to add to it. But that might be the only surprise. But look, you know, as a freshman, I'm not naive. There's a lot of things I don't know yet and a lot I've got to learn. And I'm looking forward to it. And you know, like I said, I'm going to look at from like I would from a business decision. What, you know, one thing they keep telling me that's missing in Austin a lot is common sense up here at the legislature. Well, I'm hoping I can bring a little of that back.
I can't think of any surprises from this week. It's been really exciting to get to meet everyone. There's 2 other new incoming senators, and so we've got a little tight group among the 3 of us. Something that really surprised me, I learned last session. So I spent the whole last legislative session just up here as a volunteer, just to learn. I thought I might run for the seat again. So I'd work a couple days a week, be in Austin a couple days a week, and go back home and do organizing a couple days a week and get to 7 days a week. But and what really shocked me, and I don't know if you already knew this, but is you don't have your office assignment necessarily, or you don't have your committee assignments. You don't just start on day one. There's very much this breaking in period where folks are expected to spend a lot of time just getting to know one another and walking around the building and learning where things are and hiring staff and kind of getting oriented. So that was a surprise to me last session, and I was really excited that we get this warming up period. Starting with freshman orientation and then, of course, moving into the actual session. I'm very grateful I don't have to vote for a speaker right now, I gotta tell you. House reps are doing something different than what I have to do. But yeah, so this period was a surprise to me as someone who just went from being a regular voter to an elected official. But it seems really cool, and I hope we're gonna make good use of it.
Now, Senator Cook, when you were sworn in earlier this year, Mayor Whitmire had moved out of his office, which was the dean's office. He was the most tenured member within the Senate, and so he had a special office. And so that meant that the new dean moved in there. And so you didn't get Senator Whitmire's old office. Where did you end up?
Would you want to move into that office and then move to the extension? I don't think so. No, we are in E1810. Please come visit us. And very, very proud of our office. I always share with people, we ran my first campaign and the first half of my second campaign out of my living room. So to have an office and be able to land somewhere and start really building this, it's very exciting to us. Everything is new, everything is shiny, and I'm very grateful for it.
But as I understand it, that office wasn't in use. It was more of the lieutenant governor's, the office, like extra space that they had.
He did graciously vacate an office for me in the interim, and then we have since moved into the new office. That'll be our spot for session.
So you've kind of had to do 2 moves within this period.
I should really give a shout out to my chief of staff, Allie Smithers, in the room today. The staff does an incredible amount of work. The staff at the Capitol, the staff in my office. So everything from my view has been very smooth and wonderful and exciting. And they've done a ton of work to make that happen. And not just that, but to get our district office up and running as well in this short period so that we've been providing constituent services from the Houston area, from Harris County. So everything is up and running and moving, and it's very exciting.
You know, one thing that also happens with new House members is determining seniority. And we were talking about this a little bit in the green room. Can you shed some light for everyone in the audience here how that process works, and what is even the point of all that?
Well, because I'm learning that part of it, but I guess Friday morning we'll go and they'll put a set of ping pong balls with numbers in a jar or a bow or whatever, and you'll reach in there and draw a number, and that's what your seniority number will be. So I'm going to eat cotton candy, like I said, in there and lick my fingers so they're all sticky, and when I stick them in there, I'll get 5 balls, and I'll choose the lowest number, hopefully. But no, I don't. But I mean, we'll choose our offices that day, We don't get to move into our offices until January the 11th, and we're sworn in on the 14th, so we'll come up here that Saturday, and we'll be a mad dash with 32 of us running around the Capitol trying to get furniture and pictures and things done in an office so that it's up and ready to go by the 14th. So, but come Friday, we'll know where our parking spot's going to be or where our offices are going to be.
What about your desks on the floor? When does that get chosen?
Same thing. It'll be Friday also.
So have you tried scoping out the vacant seats, trying to figure out where you think might be a good spot?
You know, I've looked at the map. Somebody sent me a signal deal with it, and so I screenshot it so I would know where those empty desks were. And so every day I go look and make sure nobody's taken one yet.
All right, so we're getting close to the the Q&A period. So if anybody has any questions, please get ready. We've got a mic there in the center, so please get ready for that. And we also will be taking some questions from online, and somebody here in the room will ask that question on your behalf. So I guess we've got a good number lining up, so maybe we should just jump straight to that now. So please, if you could introduce yourself briefly and ask a question for members here.
Yeah. My name is Tim Kaminsky. I'm with the Texas Licensed Child Care Association. You talked about the growth that y'all are seeing in Uvalde and in healthcare. We know how important it is for our first responders and stuff to be able to go to work. One of the challenges is that we've lost a lot of the child care providers in the state over the last 4 years, part of it due to COVID, part of it due to changes in the economy. For the first time ever, both in the Senate and the House, in the interim charges, child care was put in as one of the things to discuss this session. Texas has not been good about putting state money towards child care, and I want to make a distinction between child care and early childhood education. Child care is what supports our workforce. It allows that growth and development. It supports our first responders being able to show up to work. It supports people coming in the Capitol. As new members coming in and not having a lot of background on that and talking about the budget, do you see a place for a discussion about that and how it's going to affect the Texas economy going forward if that does not get addressed this year?
I'm happy to start with that one, and thank you for the question. I mean, I think yes, absolutely. There's a lot of energy right now around workforce development in general, and it's very obvious that childcare is a huge part of that. I do think that some folks, just from conversations that I'm hearing, see a lot of overlap between childcare and early childhood education, and perhaps that overlap is something to explore. And I also suspect, based on conversations that I've been having around this, that it's not a uniform approach, perhaps, across the entire state. There may be different needs within certain different districts, or whether somebody lives somewhere urban or rural or suburban, the answers might not be totally uniform. And I don't have a huge background in this, but I'm very excited to see both red and blue states across the nation are making changes and finding ways to provide either childcare or early childhood education or whatever it is that the workforce needs, and frankly, the children need to be successful. So I'm excited that you asked that, and that we're gonna have a chance to look at the budget and see what we can do.
I would agree. We have to come out with a solution that's affordable health care for parents, because right now both parents are having to work to make ends meet, and when they have to go and pay child care, they've just lost one of their salaries. So we have to come up with some kind of solution. I don't know the answer to it. I don't know what it'll be, but I would definitely be on board on looking at that and coming up with a solution there.
Great, thank you.
Hello, I'm Leah Isger. My question is, I don't know how are committees assigned, or if y'all have any choice in what committees and what committees would you choose to be on?
Well, I'm not sure I know how that works yet either, 100%. From what I understand, we get to write 3 choices down on a piece of paper that we would like to, committees we would like to be on. I'm also told that very seldom happens, but we'll see. So I don't know what committee I'll be on. If I had my choice, I'd like to be on natural resources. I think water is going to be a huge fight we're going to be fighting. To my opinion, it's an 800-pound gorilla that's not on the table yet that's coming, but water is going to be huge. I'd like to be on the Ag Commission because I am rural. And the other one, I'd like to be on Homeland Security because as a mayor, I've dealt with the border issue for 10 years.
I love that you asked it that way, Leah. So we have run legislative workshops in our district. We held 8 of them. There's a 9th one coming up because there is so much mystery around what happens inside that building and how the mechanics of it actually move. And we found a lot of interest from my constituents that kind of want to know, want to peek behind the curtain and see how things work and what goes on. So we're making an effort to demystify some of these things. On the Senate side, it is streamlined. It's a little easier. The Lieutenant Governor assigns the committees. So we have submitted our wish list. I've been very clear with my constituents, with the Lieutenant Governor, that a public health master's is going to be extremely useful no matter where you put me. Absolutely happy to serve and promote public health on any committee. And we get a lot of committees in the Senate, and I'm hopeful, and I think it's likely that I will be on Health and Human Services. So I'll be very grateful to bring expertise to that committee as well.
Hi, I'm Christina Delgado. I live in Santa Fe, Texas, not New Mexico, just south of Houston. And I come up here to ask this question as a survivor. On May 18th, 2018, we lost 10. 2 of my friends lost their children in the Santa Fe high school shooting. We know that that 17-year-old who had gone through things had access to firearms, which in turn lost us our 10. So we came first. Then 4 years and 6 days to the day after we had passed our 4-year, we call them tragiversaries, we watched as Uvalde went through the same thing we did, with parents standing exactly where I was looking for children amongst children who were injured from gunfire in the art rooms. As representatives of 2 areas of the 2 deadliest mass shootings, we know that access to firearms for use for people under 21 is the main reason and the only cause that these acts of violence ended up happening. So my question is, for you two on the stage, is what are you going to do to support us survivors from Santa Fe and Uvalde to make sure and ensure that we are not having 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, young people who are not ready for firearms, to keep them out of their hands and support the families with their refile of raise the age?
I'll go first, and thank you, Christina. And it just takes so much courage and bravery to talk over and over again into microphones about this, so we appreciate you. I'm very proud to have joint authored a bill that would raise the age to purchase, to sell, to distribute these high-capacity assault-style rifles to anybody under the age of 21. So, like, first few moments in office, this is a huge deal, and I'm very proud to be on that bill. There's also a lot of progress that we can make around safe storage, allowing localities to pass safe storage laws, whatever it is. There's different ways to approach this, really leaning into education about safe storage, but guns are very dangerous. They can be used safely, but they can be very dangerous. And I think it's also very important that we pass common sense firearm safety reforms with public health in mind.
Well, I'm open to one thing, but in my generation when I grew up, when I went to high school, if you went to our parking lot in the high school, you would see numerous trucks and cars and gun racks in the car, and guns would be hanging in the racks of those cars, and those cars would be unlocked during school. If we had a fight, we settled it with fists. We didn't go there. Times have changed. I go back to the social issues. We promote violence in everything we do now. We've got to start addressing that first and foremost. And maybe we ought to put gun safety back in our schools and start teaching people the awareness of guns. I mean, I'm an avid gun owner. I have guns. I have a 9-year-old grandson. If I have a gun out at my house and he sees it, he will not touch it because I've taken him out and showed him the dangers of it and so forth. But we also have to start holding people accountable for their actions today. But I mean, changing I'll give you a perfect example. After the Robb School shooting, we had a gang fight in the park. 17 kids in a gang fight. We didn't even know about it. When we found out about it, 2 of them had been shot with a pistol and go to the hospital, and then we go back and find it. Those guns were bought off the street in San Antonio. They weren't bought at a gun store or anything. Then 6 months later at the park, we had another group that was robbing people in the park. One of them had a fully automatic AK-47 and the other one had a fully automatic converted Glock 9mm pistol. Again, bought off the streets. We've got to start holding people accountable for their actions, and we've got to change our criminal laws and start holding people accountable and start educating people on the safety of it. Look, I'm willing to have the conversation on an age change or anything, but I'm not going to change the age unless we're going to address these other issues, because without doing both, it's not going to work, in my opinion. I just don't see it. And like I said, my heart breaks for those families every day, and it breaks for the survivors. You talked about a young lady that has metal in her body now. One of the girls that survived, she's got 6 bullets in her body they can't remove. She will have to live with that all her life. But, I mean, we've got to sit down and start having conversations at a table. And like I said, I don't know the answer. I wished I did. I wished I had the solution or the answer, because there's no easy answer to this. Because on one side, if you do it, you're wrong. If the other side you do it, you're wrong. But we have to be able to sit down at a table and do it. But part of that, I think, has to come back to educating kids again in gun ownership and gun safety and the dangers of it, and becoming more responsible.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for being here, everybody. My name is Yulissa. I'm with the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities. I would be remiss not to mention also that I was a public school teacher as well in Texas. But my question is directly for Senator, forgive me, I'm not good with names, McLaughlin. For Representative, I'm sorry, Representative McLaughlin. So you have said before that the focus should be on mental health and not gun control. But according to my research and other literature out there, people with mental health issues are 3 times more likely to be the victims of gun violence than perpetrators of it. And so my question to you is, why can't we do both? And if we can't do both, what is your plan to dispel the stigma behind mental health?
Well, I mean, look, when I first started talking about mental health, and I'll use this analogy, and I mean no disrespect to anybody, but most people think of mental health, they look at One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, the old Jack Nicholson movie. And that's not what mental health is today. Mental health it's post-traumatic stress syndrome, depression, schizophrenia, and so forth. And the problem is, we as a society don't have places to put these. When I got involved in this, there was 28 million people in Texas. At that time, there was 1,000 beds available a day for 28 million people in Texas. We have no place. In Uvalde, if we had to find somebody, if we had a person that was there, they got put in jail till we could find a facility. And a lot of times we had to drive to Texarkana or we had to drive to Amarillo because we couldn't find a bed. We couldn't find it. So we've got to start addressing that issue and look, and accept the fact that, mental health is treatable. It's there. When I had kids that their parents would come in and say, we're picking on their kids and the police are picking on them and so forth. And so I would get a record of I would ask for a record of what was going on, and I would look at it. And I had to sit down with the parents and say, look, I don't mean to be rude or bold here, but there's something else going on here besides us picking on your child. And have you ever had a mental health? Oh, yeah, we have. He just doesn't take his medicine. Well, we didn't know that. Had we known that, what I did, I picked up the phone and called the judges and said, if you're going to let him out on probation again or on bond, make him come by there and take his medicine every day. And guess what? That worked. We had some that worked. So again, I don't know the answer to the mental health deal, and I'm not a health care professional in that. I saw it when I got involved when these young people died and there was no help there for them. So I don't know all the answers yet, but I know it's something that we need to address. And like I said, I listened after that politician after politician after politician saying mental health, mental health, mental health, but they didn't do anything. So I hope I've answered your question the best I can.
Thank you.
So my name's Joanne Richards. I know that there is a Women's Healthcare Caucus on the House side. My question is really about the Senate side, because there are several physicians who are senators. And the question that I have then is there a caucus of physicians on the Senate side that can begin to, because they're on both sides of the aisle, to begin to talk about solutions to the problems that we're having in healthcare?
That's a really wonderful question. So Senator Schwertner is a physician. Senator Donna Campbell was a nurse and is a physician. And then, of course, I am now a nurse. So we've got 3 healthcare professionals in the Texas Senate. There's no official caucus that I'm aware of, but I can tell you right now, healthcare professionals feel a camaraderie and a caucus among us. So I'm very excited to get to talk to them about these issues. And senators and House reps can often be in the same caucus, too. So I'll have an opportunity to participate in some of what you're talking about that happens on the House side.
Hi, my name is Elva Mendoza. I'm just a citizen, but a public health social worker. And very quick context, I just moved back from 5 years of living in Spain. During the 5 years I was away, there were, that I'm aware of, over 250 mass shootings in the state of Texas. Those are shootings with 4 or more victims. In that time, guess how many there were in Spain? Absolutely 0. That I'm aware of. So clearly we have a problem, and I just wanted to see if you're aware that the U.S. is such an outlier when it comes to gun violence, that almost every other developed nation has far, far fewer gun homicides than we do, and the difference tends to be strictness of gun laws. And given that we are such an outlier, even though Spain, there are violent video games, violent Hollywood movies, there's a huge hunting culture, there's mental illness, they have those issues. So we know that's not the problem. Given that information, given that the majority of Texans support raising the age to purchase assault-style weapons like the AR-15, given that the survivors of the slaughtered children of your community, and I am so sorry, given that they're begging for the legislature to raise the age, would you consider that? Would you support that?
I can't speak for other countries and that, but I mean, like I said, we have, I don't guess I really have a clear answer to that, to be honest. I don't. I mean, I look at countries that you're talking about, Spain and that, it's hard to own a gun in Spain other than a shotgun or something. If you're a hunting advocate or something, I can tell you people in Uvalde, Texas during the immigration deal where we had people on the trains that would get off. We caught pedophiles, we caught rapists, we caught convicted murderers. And guess what? The gun ownership in Uvalde went up because most people now stood in their front yards while their kids were playing there because they wanted a gun because they didn't know what was coming down the street. Like I said, I don't know the answer on the gun deal. I agree with you, we have a problem, but we need to sit at a table and have a consensus, because I don't know that, again, I don't know that changing the age is going to stop the problem. And I don't think that's the only answer to the problem. And that's what everybody keeps saying and throwing out, change the age, change the age, change. Look, I'm not an AR fan. That's not my gun of choice. I'm old-fashioned. I use a lever action 30-30 or a bolt action rifle. I'm not an AR guy. They're there. So I don't know the answer, but I'm willing to have a conversation and do it. But I don't think just changing the age is going to solve the problem. I don't.
And this will be our last question.
All right. Hi, my name is Robbie Lopez. My question concerns the border. The Commissioner of the General Land Office recently announced the acquisition of a 1,400-acre ranch in Starr County and offered it to the incoming federal administration for the construction of deportation facilities. The commissioner later extended her offer to include state-owned land elsewhere in Texas for the, quote, critical task of deporting violent, criminal, illegal immigrants from our country. My question is, what actions will you take in the next legislative session following these announcements?
Going to take a lot of actions in the next legislative session. I think the most important thing, and this is where our office always comes from, is how do you center public health? How do you make sure that we end up with the best possible public health outcomes? That can mean for somebody, an individual caught in the systems that are in place, and that can also mean for the state as a whole, for all the folks who are living here, who are working here, who are paying taxes here regardless of their residency status. So I don't live on a border, never have. New to the ledge, very, very eager to learn about this because it's obviously something that's extremely top of mind for a lot of people. So I'm excited to learn from my colleagues who do live, serve, work near the border, to see what's really going on, to understand the interlocking issues that I suspect are happening. There's a lot of multi-layered approaches to a lot of the issues that we're talking about that involve all levels of government. So it's my time to learn right now about what's going on and how best to approach it. But I promise you that I'm going to approach it with the public health and safety of Texans in mind.
I would agree. I mean, I've dealt with the border. I'm 60 miles away from it. We dealt with it every day. You know, look, I'm not anti-immigration. There's a right way to come into our country and a wrong way to come into our country. And if we're going to let you in our country, if it takes you a little longer to come across the bridge, fine, let's bring you in. Let's give you a work visa, let you go get a job instead of being put into the, what I'll call the slave labor side of it, where you're picked up on a street corner, you go work a construction job, you get hurt, guess what? They drop you back off of that same street corner because they don't want to pay your insurance bill or whatever. So, I mean, there's a right way to do it and a wrong way. And I can tell you for a fact that we dealt with criminals. We dealt with deals. I can tell you a lady in U-Valde was keeping her grandkids. An MS-13 gang member was coming to her house. The farmer saw it, and he called law enforcement. The next door neighbor called law enforcement. They got there about the same time he got to the house. He thought the lady called on her, and what he told her was, "I know where you live, and I'll be back to get you now." That's what we're having to deal with in our area and different things. Look, all these people that come across the border are not bad people, but there's some deals. So I'm very much in strengthening our border and shutting the border down. I'm not anti-immigration. You want to come across the border, come across the bridge. Let's get to know who you are. We'll fingerprint you, take your picture, and guess what? We're going to give you a visa and a court date. And if you go get that job, when that court date comes around, guess what? We know right where you are because you got a job and you work and you're contributing to us. And those that don't want to do that, maybe those are the people that we need to deport. So if we have to use state assets to that, you know, I can tell you from a mayor and from having to look at the state deal, it was appalling that our federal government failed our state as much as they did. I can tell you from a healthcare standpoint, which you know, that I would have people in my emergency room, citizens in my community in an emergency room that had been waiting 4 and 5 hours to see a doctor. And here comes the Border Patrol in with 15 or 20 people that say they don't feel good. Nothing physically wrong that you can see anything, but that's one of the deals they say. And guess what? My room full of emergency people just got pushed back another 2 or 3 hours so that these migrants that they just caught, who said they weren't feeling well, got taken care of before our own citizens. It's where our own citizens now become second-class citizens to the migrants. And I have a problem with that. I think that, again, I'm not against it, but we need to take care of our own first, and we need to make sure we tighten our border and secure it.
Thank you.
All right, well, I want to give a big thank you to our panelists today for being here. And I also want to thank you all for being here this morning. So,
We're going to take a break and reconvene at 11:30 for our next panel. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started again. This time, I'm not going to call out and shame anyone in the audience who may still be talking, but you all can do that later at lunchtime. But we want to make sure we know both of our panelists here are off to other things right after this, and so we want to be respectful of their time. So we're going to get started with our third panel. We'll have our panelists take the stage right now. Please go ahead. Our panel focused on the Democratic agenda with Representatives Gina Hinojosa and Representative Aaron Weiner, and our moderator, Rebecca Allen. So let's just do quick introductions here. Born and raised in Texas in the Rio Grande Valley, Representative Gina Hinojosa proudly represents Central Austin and her alma mater, University of Texas, in the Texas State House. She sits on the House Public Education Committee, the House Business and Industry Committee, and the House Select Committee on Educational Opportunity and Enrichment. Representative Aaron Weiner, Democrat of Driftwood, is an author, educator, and conservationist who's currently serving her third term in the Texas House of Representatives, serves on the House Committees on Natural Resources, House Administration, and Energy Resources, also a member of the House Democratic Caucus, LGBTQ Caucus, Criminal Justice Reform Caucus, and a number of others that I don't have time to name, but including Women's Health, Texas Water, and IT. Our moderator, Rebecca Allen, is the Texas Tribune's managing editor of Enterprise and Politics. Before joining the Texas Tribune in 2019, she was a state government reporter for the Dallas Morning News. With that, I turn the program over to Rebecca.
Hi, thank you guys so much for being here, and thank y'all for being here. All right, well, let's just jump right into it. I'm going to start a little bit on a down note for the Democrats, and frankly, if there is an up note for the party, you guys help me find it, okay? So I'm going to tell you a lot of things that you already know. We are a month out from the election where Republicans swept the White House, Congress, down ballot elections. In Texas, we saw a stronger than expected performance polling-wise from Ted Cruz over Colin Allred. Trump widened his margin of success in Texas compared to his past elections here. Democrats lost 2 seats in the House. They lost a seat in the Senate. The Valley went red historically. We saw places in districts in South Texas go for Trump that have never gone Republican. It's been a month. So I want to talk about that for a minute because that performance is going to underpin a lot of what we see in the next legislative session. I mean, first of all, how are you? And was that surprising to you? You were at the convention, and there was just so much optimism, and the narrative was that Democrats have the wind at their back. I'm curious, were you surprised, or did you see the writing on the wall?
I was surprised, like most people in this country. The polling was so off nationally, statewide, and that really is the scariest part to me, is that we were so unprepared for what was coming. We didn't see it coming. Now, I'll say this, the polling was way off, but when you went and knocked on doors, when we were out in the field, everybody was saying, it doesn't feel good, right? So people with their pulse on the community came back with different results than what we were hearing in the polling. But, when you have the Iowa poll being over 10, I think it was 17 points off, the poll that's never wrong, right? Something is really wrong with our modeling nationwide, and so I did not see it coming. Of course, for our House races, so we lost one. We expected it was going to be hard to keep in the Laredo-Uvalde area that has been trending away from us for several election cycles. And also, we lost one in Corpus. That one I did not see coming. We had opportunities. We had some great candidates running across this state, and we just had no coattails. In fact, we had the national ticket weighing us down, right? Just like every other state did. And so we had a lot to contend with. We don't get national investment as swing states do across this country because Texas is big and intimidating. And so it was really hard to withstand that national red wave.
Yeah. First, I want to compliment Texas Tribune for having the most skirt-friendly living room-style chairs I've
We pride
sat
ourselves
in
on that.
in my entire life. I am so much more comfortable sitting on this stage than I am used to being. But, you know, I really echo what Representative Hinojosa said. You know, on one hand, I think that optimism was real and there was so much energy, and we did see a lot of really good Democratic turnout, but not what we needed and not where we needed it. And I think the thing that is so hard for us to keep underestimating, but we've underestimated it twice now, is that Donald Trump has his own base that comes out when Donald Trump is on the ticket. I saw that in my 2020 reelection when my margin narrowed significantly and largely driven by the more rural parts of my district, just having Republican turnout skyrocket and people who'd never voted for come out to vote for Donald Trump and then vote for every other Republican down the ballot. And then at the same time, we had moderate Republicans coming out to vote for Joe Biden in 2020 and voting for every other Republican down the ballot. And we got a major 1-2 punch in our state legislative races that year. And I think we saw a similar dynamic this year where we had some moderates coming out to vote for Kamala, but still vote for other Republicans. And then we also had that Trump base come out in numbers. The other thing I really just don't think we can underestimate is, you know, what this sort of sense of malaise about the economy has on us. And that's, you know, as I know Representative Hinojosa has discussed, that was an international dynamic, that this anti-incumbent moment. And, you know, I don't think we did a good enough job standing up and saying that it is a goddamn miracle that the Biden administration landed the economy after COVID without a worldwide depression. And full on, that was an economic miracle. This should have been so much harder. But it's hard to look at somebody who's struggling with costs and talk them through that. And we didn't find that path. I don't know if we could have found that path, but we didn't find it. And I think that's our big challenge going forward, is helping people connect what happens now to the policies that are coming. If we see things like tariffs, it is not going to help affordability for people, and we have to remind them of that. And it felt like, again and again, we were talking to folks who, they were comparing how they felt right before COVID to how they felt now. And of course, the Biden ticket, the Kamala ticket, the Biden administration, we're going to lose that comparison. Life felt better before COVID. And so we've got to make sure we have that broad economic message to supplement the social message where people do agree with us more than not. But a little bit of bright spot I do want to mention is we saw a lot of far-right school board candidates fail in Texas. And we saw folks who support our public school systems and inclusive public schools succeed. In fact, in my neck of the woods, we had, you know, the first inclusive school board member elected to Wimberley ISD in 5 or 6 years. And so I'm hanging on to some of those bright spots. And the other bright spot I'm hanging on to is historical, which is that Donald Trump won in 2016, and I and 11 other people flipped seats in the Texas House. We flipped 2 state Senate seats. We flipped 2 congressional seats in 2018. And so I think we're in the middle of building that, or using that same roadmap again in 2026.
I will say that is the bright spot. The bright spot is last time we had a backlash 2 years later to Trump, and we will be prepared for that opportunity this time around.
I mean, given the margins, I'm wondering if you feel like there is a cultural shift to acknowledge, and I'm wondering, like, if this changes just sort of your strategy or priorities. I mean, certainly Republicans are going to say, like, we have a mandate, and we are pushing policies, very conservative policies that are reflective of what voters want. Because, I mean, look at the last couple of legislative sessions, like incredibly conservative policies, and it has been answered with, you know, a resounding like yes for Republicans in Texas. So, do they have a point, and like how do you reconcile with that strategically?
I don't think there is a mandate for their policies. there's a lot of identity politics at play here, but when you saw nationwide, when you looked at abortion referendum, when you looked at vouchers, those things overwhelmingly demonstrated that Americans are on our side on those things. So I think it's a mistake for them to decide that they have a mandate on policies. And look, things are very divided, very volatile in politics right now. And so it would be a mistake to overplay their hand. I think they would be setting themselves up for a backlash like last time as well. Our takeaway as Democrats, in my mind, is that we do need to focus, to Representative Zwiener's point, on economics and the economic opportunities that Texans and that Americans are expecting in this time when it's harder for people to afford their first time home, in a time when the middle class lifestyle is so out of reach for young people. We need to speak to that. The Biden administration did work miracles with respect to the economy. They weren't the best at articulating them to the American people, and we need to do better about finding a message that resonates, that speaks to that concern. To say, well, the economy is better, it's so much better, did not speak to that concern. It was dismissive of the pain that people feel economically, and we need to be better about addressing it.
Yeah, and I agree with everything Representative Hinojosa said. I'll add, if there's a mandate, it's a mandate on vibes. It's really not on policy. And the number I keep thinking about, and it's actually why I filed legislation to allow Texans to bring ballot measures to the ballot themselves, is Florida, the abortion referendum or ballot initiative getting 57% of the vote, and Donald Trump getting 56% of the vote. And from a pure policy perspective, that clearly doesn't add up. We all know that doesn't add up. So the two possibilities are, one, people are really struggling to connect policies to who they're actually voting for, or the other thing is that general malaise is outweighing that. I think it's a combination of both, and we really have to struggle to break through that. And every single day we're in the session, we've got to connect the policy outcomes people are experiencing and usually not appreciating on the ground to the people running the state of Texas.
The final thing I want to say about what this election opened our eyes to is that the reality that people are consuming on the far right is very different from the reality we are consuming, and it's all about algorithms on social media, and I'm not even sure exactly what people who voted for Trump are hearing and knowing, and so we're having to understand, how do we reach people given that major news sources aren't what everybody is consuming now, and that news sources are so, there's a lot of fake news out there, and they're specifically targeted at people. So I think that's the dilemma of news sources. It's a dilemma of Americans, right? How are we going to deal with that? It's a very real threat to this country, and I think we're just at the point of still trying to figure out how we deal with that.
So just going back to your comments about focusing on the economy and kitchen table issues, sort of the other side of that coin is that Democrats perhaps were spending too much time talking about identity politics. In particular, we've seen a lot of hindsight conversations about transgender rights and debates over transgender issues. Representative Hinojosa, I hate to put you on the spot. I would have asked this question, whoever was here, but former Texas Democratic Party Chair Gilberto Hinojosa, who's your father, created a little stir when he told a reporter that transgender issues may be hurting Democrats and may be a liability. He later apologized for that comment, but I wanted to just get your take on, he's not the only one saying that. Vicente Gonzalez recently told a Texas Tribune reporter, Matthew Choi, that along the same things. We're seeing this conversation bubble up at different levels. And I'm curious how you guys feel about that that notion that that's something that Democrats need to maybe distance themselves from.
So to be clear, the issue of trans rights is not an issue that Democrats keep hammering on. What ends up happening both in Texas and in Congress in D.C. is Republicans, bless you, set up Democrats with these non-issues, right? And they'll throw up amendments on major legislation that targets the trans community. And Democrats are the party of defending civil rights, and we should not shy away from that. I think what we can do a better job of is saying we defend the rights of all people, all our people, because an attack on one is an attack on all, and understand why they're attacking this vulnerable community, because they're trying to distract from the corruption of the Republicans who control the state of Texas right now. For example, do you know that since 2020, because of COVID, the governor has passed every month executive orders that wipe away legal requirements to put out competitive bids on major projects. That whole thing in Eagle Pass, that military base that he's creating, those were no bid contracts. And this stuff has been happening every month with executive orders issued every month since 2020. This is paid back to his donors. Maybe it's legal, I guess it's legal, but it is corruption. And that is what they're trying to distract from. Leadership that has no solutions, and that at its core is corrupt.
Yeah, I agree with everything Representative Hinojosa said, and the other thing I'll add is, one, our job as leaders is not just to do the most popular thing and do the most expedient things for elections. We have duties beyond that, and winning elections is part of our job as people who want to push our values, but helping move the conversation forward is also part of our jobs. And for me, leaving the trans community behind is just completely unacceptable. And it's a community I will always stand up for every single day. Now, I do think there is a tone dynamic that Democrats need to get better at. And it's really frustrating to be told we need to work on our tone. It's really frustrating. I hate it, but we need to work on our tone. And I actually look back to, Beto O'Rourke, who is one of the best retail politicians who's probably ever been born. And I've talked to some people who have been like, he flip-flopped all the time. And I'm like, no, he didn't. He just showed up and met people where they were at. And he had a conversation with people based on how they felt at the moment. And started with them there and then helped build towards why he supported what he did. And I think those of us who are working to get votes for Democrats need to approach our conversations about trans issues that way right now. We need to not respond to people with, how on earth could you believe that? We need to respond with, interesting, why do you think that? Can I help give you some more information that informs that? Because full stop, the negative feelings people are having about the trans community are based on outright lies. Outright lies about what gender-affirming care looks like. And they're hitting people's fear button using those lies. And we are not going to be able to unravel that overnight. And I also think it's intrinsically tied to the economic issues. We are entering a moral panic in this country. And when people retreat to moral panics is when they are anxious about the economic dynamic. And so we address both of these together by moving forward as a community, hearing people where they're at and building bridges with them and inviting them to learn and join us.
Thank you. All right, let's talk about the upcoming session a little bit more directly. Let's start with the elephant in the room, the speaker race. It's kind of this foregone conclusion that if Dade Phelan wins a re-election to speaker, that he has to do it with Democratic support. Is that the case in y'all's mind? And I'm curious, have you guys just separately heard of Republicans reaching out to Democrats, like trying to harden their support?
Yeah, of course, if Dade Phelan is reelected Speaker, he'll do it with Democratic support. There is not a person in the state of Texas who can be elected Speaker of the House without Democratic support. The Republican coalition is fighting within itself. The anti-Dade Phelan portion of the Republican coalition is fighting within themselves. They cannot get to 76 as a caucus. They need us, and every single one of them knows that, regardless of whatever game they're playing on social media and in the press right now.
Has anybody reached out to Democrats that you've been hearing? Or?
Yes, no, definitely, and I'm not going to name names right now, but yes, even the folks who are like, oh my goodness, we don't want to work with Democrats, have been reaching out to Democrats.
I mean, do you think it's in the Democrats' best interest to get behind Phelan still? I mean, do you guys still see him as like y'all's guy? Is he, I mean, like under Dade Phelan's watch, the legislature has passed some of the most conservative bills we've seen in modern history. I mean, with permitless carry, banning abortions with no exceptions, the bills targeting trans healthcare, DEI, election restrictions that you guys walked out over. I mean, what do Democrats get out of like aligning with Phelan at this point?
You know, it was real funny after last session when we started hearing this line that Democrats ran the Texas House, because we wouldn't have done any of that. You know, we had our own plans that I think Texas would have liked a lot better. And that's not what we saw come out of that building. You know, the interesting thing about being a member of the minority party while the majority party has a fight is people are like, ooh, that's a lot of opportunity for y'all. And I'm like, you don't understand. They're fighting over who can kick us better. And you know, I think we're all going to make our speaker dynamics for reasons we're probably not going to put on microphones very loudly here. But, you know, our job is to figure out how we make sure they do the least harm. And I can say that's what every single one of our caucus members are focused on. And I think the best thing we can do to that end is sit real tight and let them fight it out and then see what the landscape looks like and how we want to get engaged.
I agree completely with that answer. Dade Phelan, I really hate the term conservative to define what the Texas legislature has done in the last several sessions. It's radical right policies that they have passed. So no, these are not policies that are friendly to our agenda or to the people of Texas. And there's not a reason to think he is our guy. At this point, we're watching and waiting and seeing where our best opportunity is.
What about y'all's own leadership race? We have an election coming up this afternoon, and I'm curious, who are you going to be backing?
Well, I don't know who I'm going to be backing. In all honesty, I have not pledged my support to anybody, and that is still an ongoing conversation as well for me.
Yeah, I thought you were joking when I said I thought you were going to ask that question, and you said yes.
That was a great idea.
My lesson learned. But no, I do know who I'll be supporting. I'm not going to say their name on the microphone here, and the biggest reason why is the most important thing for us as a caucus right now is to be united as we go into this speaker dynamic. And the thing I was at dinner with all three of the announced House Democratic Caucus Chair candidates last night, and y'all, I have never seen a friendlier dinner with that many people running against each other at it. And what I appreciate about every single person in that race right now is they know the most important thing is that we remain united as a caucus, and they've all been committed to running in a way where we can all, after this vote today, stand together and feel good about it.
And I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that the three candidates who are named at this point are Trey Martinez-Fisher, who is currently the chair, John Bryant and Jean Wu, who are both Progressive Caucus members, correct me if I'm wrong. So I guess without naming who you're supporting, I guess I'm just curious, like, do you see or are you hopeful that leadership takes the caucus in a different direction? Do you guys feel like strategically we need a shift in priorities or in strategy?
I wouldn't say we need a shift. I think what we need is a leader who's prepared to meet the moment, and that moment is fluid. So those and we all want the same thing, right? A lot of this is difference in style more than substance. And to Representative Sweener's point, in the end, we'll need to be unified to have the best chance of protecting our people, moving our agenda, or protecting our agenda. So the hearing from caucus leader candidates, what their plans are, how they are prepared, and how they've demonstrated that in the past is important. And look, we have an embarrassment of riches with 3 great candidates running, so it's hard. It's a hard decision, and in the end, I have no doubt that we'll come together to be a powerful force, a powerful minority in the Texas House.
Yeah, I think, again, with embarrassment of riches, every single person running is somebody who, if this legislative session goes real sideways, can be an effective leader as all the proverbial shit hits the fan. They are all people who can go to the mat and fight with us. And I think that's good, because I think there's a non-zero chance of that happening. But the biggest things I'm thinking about is, really how we operate as a team, and who I really think can bring everybody together and make sure we're operating as the most unified whole we possibly can. Because when you're in the minority, you got to hang together, or you will hang separately.
So, pivoting, what do you guys think happens to vouchers this year? I mean, is that a foregone conclusion? Is that a done deal? Abbott has kind of declared victory on that since he's gotten. He had a pretty successful primary run. He says that he's got the votes. Representative Zwiener, what do you think?
Having the votes to pass a voucher plan is different from having the votes to pass the voucher plan he wants. And I think there's going to be a lot of devil in the details. So while I'm absolutely concerned about those election results and the numbers, I think there's a lot of people whose voucher votes don't come without a whole lot of money for public education. And I think there's some people who don't want to vote for vouchers with a whole lot of money for public education. They want vouchers without the extra money. And so I think those internal Republican tensions are going to be a huge challenge for them.
And just to recap, last year what ended up happening was there was no new money put into public schools, even though we were sitting on a historic surplus. And so because the governor threatened that if we did not pass vouchers, that he would veto any public education spending bill. So the House complied, did not pass a separate school funding bill to put in more money into our schools, and we did not pass vouchers despite repeated special sessions on the issue. Now, the difference this time around is, yes, there is a concern about the numbers, but we all anticipate the governor's going to be on the ballot next election, and it's going to be a lot harder for him to run for re-election without putting more money into our public schools, given the dire situation so many of our public schools are facing right now. In Austin, we just had to increase taxes to meet basic necessities for our public schools, when had we increased the basic allotment just to make up for inflation at the statewide level, we would have brought in a lot more money. So your taxes went up because we didn't do our job at the state. Austin property owners' taxes went up, and this happened all over the state. Texans are angry about this, and this needs to be addressed. The other thing is, we've had the benefit of time to see how these vouchers have played out across the country and how they've blown up budgets. Arizona is one example. And so with more information, it's harder to make the case for a universal voucher that'll cost somewhere like $5 billion when you look at just within the next decade, because it's expected to grow about 5%, a universal voucher every year, to where we'd be spending $5 billion a biennium at the end of a decade, which is astronomical, right? In a state where we're already looking at major expenses, water infrastructure, all sorts of things that we need to invest in just for this session along, and people trying to kind of think in where are we going to get the money to do basics in this state? To think about we'd have that kind of commitment to of expenditures in the out years is pretty irresponsible. So to Representative Sweeney's point, the devil's in the details. It's going to be hard to thread the needle.
Yeah, and one of the things I'll add on that is, one of my districts had to get rid of behavioral health specialists in most of their schools. They had expanded that as we had, increased calls to focus on mental health in schools, increased behavioral issues after COVID, and that was so painful for them and something that the school board's constituents were furious about. And we have that dynamic repeating all across the state. People have been feeling that pinch. And I have to say, the biggest mistake we made as a House, the Democratic caucus did not make this mistake. Representative Hinojosa personally worked her tail off to try to make this happen, is we had an opportunity to send more money for schools to the governor's desk. It was a bill that was already through the Senate. If we passed it out of the House, it would have gone straight to the governor. And he told us he was going to veto it, and we should have made him. That is the biggest mistake we made. We have a governor who has been grabbing power and bullying the legislature, and it is going to continue until we stand up to him and make him make some hard choices and do some things that the people of Texas aren't going to appreciate instead of bullying us behind the scenes.
One final thing I want to add about this voucher conversation is Texas is one of the few states that doesn't have automatic increases to the teacher retirement system. So when we got our first voucher bill, universal voucher bill from the Senate, there was a fiscal note on it that if you read through was very interesting because there was an actuarial analysis that said if there is a decrease in the amount of teachers that are in the system, even by, it was a minuscule percentage, it could destabilize the whole teacher retirement system. So just to be clear, right, we need teachers paying in to pay for the teachers that retire. And when we are putting money into a private school system that is paying for teachers that aren't paying in to the teacher retirement system, we're in trouble. Last time around, retired teachers were very busy making sure their constitutional amendment got passed. This time around, I think all teachers and all retired teachers need to understand what that means for the teacher retirement system going forward.
So strategically going forward, I mean, like, are there any cards left to play? I mean, does it seem like the best move at this point, like from your camp, is to try to just get to maximize the amount of money you guys can get for public schools out of the deal, or to try to get like a different version of a voucher program that's maybe not universal? Is there a version of vouchers that is like more satisfying to you, or that you guys perhaps were like trying to negotiate around in the last legislative session?
No. In the last legislative session, no. I mean, we all held strong against vouchers because ultimately the harm that it would do, I believe it would destroy our public school system. Already, we are one of the least funded, probably bottom 3 at this point, states in the whole nation when it comes to per student funding. We would not have the money to sustain our public school system with a voucher, and it is an existential threat to our public schools. So no, last session, no. This session is a new session. I still feel strongly that the threat is as dire, and we will have to look for opportunities and negotiate accordingly.
Yeah, fully agree with Representative Hinojosa, and if a voucher bill is coming down the pike, we're going to try and get the voucher program the closest to zero we can. And we're going to try and get the school funding. I'm sure there's a limit to how much more money our schools need, but I'm pretty sure the GOP will not reach our limit, so we'll be pushing for the most money we can. I mean, I think the other conversation we will have if a voucher bill is coming down the pike is trying to get as many guardrails as possible as well. And I think a big one is accountability. And it's an interesting thing because, when I talk to folks who are, voucher curious, a lot of times it's driven by frustration with testing in public schools. And I try to remind folks there is nothing magic about private, and you could be reaching out to your legislators asking for them to get rid of a punitive testing system. And so anything somebody is saying is better about private schools is something we have the ability to do in our public schools. And that's where we should be focused instead of trying to create a parallel system.
Let's talk about the border a little bit. I mean, obviously, with a Trump administration coming in, we expect a lot of activity around border security to ramp up in Texas, and Governor Abbott and the land commissioner have made it very clear that they are going to be, willing partners to the federal government. I guess I'm curious where you guys see the Democratic Party in the legislature. What can you do there? And I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about how sort of voter attitudes and polling around immigration will play into that. I mean, Abbott's policies were overwhelmingly popular in polling, and again, we've seen Republicans do very well along in border communities that were historically Republican. Tell me how that's how you guys are feeling about that going into session.
The advantage we have is we have members of our caucus that are from those communities, right? And they are the experts when it comes to border policy. And let me give an example. Last December, I got a call from Eddie Morales, who is our representative out of Eagle Pass. And I'm from a border town. I'm from Brownsville. I haven't lived there since '92. But he called and he said, hey, Gina, this is crazy. They've shut down the border. This was the week of Christmas. And, in Austin, we're not impacted. We don't see the impact of the border, but I knew enough to know you cannot shut down the international border the week of Christmas because that is the busiest commerce time, right, of the whole year. And so we asked the Biden administration, can we all get on a Zoom call? And you were probably on that call, we had Biden administration officials, top level Biden administration officials, where we were expressing our concern of inaction to make sure that the border was functioning, right? It was short, it was really right after that negotiations happened between the Biden administration and Mexican officials, and we saw the Mexican government really implement policies to keep migrants from reaching the border. And we've seen crossings plummet in this country along the border. And so I think one of our best approaches to border policy is to listen to our members who are from the border, who are the experts on what is happening there. We will always be a party that defends human rights, right? I mean, that has to be foremost in our policy positions there. I'm not sure we know exactly what they're going to bring this session, but making sure that we're always defending human rights, children's rights, and also that we're listening to our people who have expert knowledge on this is going to be important to our policies going forward.
Yeah, I think it's another issue where we have to be pretty intentional about meeting people where they're at and having conversations. And the challenge with the border dynamic is that there are real problems. Now, those problems ebb and flow, and the scale to which those problems are existing at, and what exactly those problems are don't always match the narrative. And we see this dynamic where border crossings drop, and then to keep border in the news, we see Governor Abbott release an executive order instructing hospitals to ask people about their citizenship status. There is this strategic dynamic happening in the GOP to keep the issue in the news because they believe it helps them. And it is divorced from reality. Again, there's sometimes pieces of reality in it, but they're trying to push a narrative that isn't entirely real. And the even more frustrating element is at the federal level, we've seen a lot of effort to exacerbate the problem and make sure it stays a challenge because they believe they electorally benefit from that. But that just took me like 30 seconds to explain, which does not fit well in a political commercial. And so it really is one of those issues we've got to keep working with folks to unpack. And I think is one of the hardest issues for us to figure out how to talk about successfully in a political context. Now, policy-wise in Texas, one of the things I want to be talking about next session is the Republican narrative for the last few cycles has been Joe Biden's been letting all of these folks over the border, so we need to send billions of your taxpayer money to the border to stop that. Supposedly, they just got what they wanted, and we have Donald Trump as president. I would like our money back. I would like the state of Texas to quit spending billions of dollars at the border, and I would like us to put that money somewhere that matters, like infrastructure or our public schools. And I think we need to keep that pressure on this session.
So do you feel like with the Trump administration's backing, you have an opportunity to end state funding for Operation Lone Star?
I think it is very, very hard for Republican leadership in this state to defend Operation Lone Star now that Trump is in office.
Interesting. Well, let's. If you guys want to start lining up, we'll take some audience questions if anybody has any. I'll just ask one last question on my part. I started this by talking about like it's kind of like a demoralizing time for Democrats right now who are on the losing end of a lot of things, and I'm just wondering, like, what are you telling voters who are sort of disengaging from politics or who are feeling like hopelessness about, especially in Texas, right? Like, since I've been here, the narrative has kind of persistently been like the state is like just teetering on the edge of like being purple, and as I've lived here, it's gotten further and further red electorally. So, what is your message to those who you're trying to keep in the tent?
I don't think it's gotten further and further red. I think this election cycle, yes, was alarming what happened. What I'm telling people is, look, we're still trying to understand everything, the results of this election. We didn't see this coming. And I'll tell you, for instance, in our House races, precinct level data is not out until January. So we're still processing that. And I think it's important that we take the time to fully understand. But meanwhile, what's also important is that we strengthen. I came into politics through a group called Austin Interfaith that was all about organizing. And that's about strengthening our relationships with one another, because in the end, we're going to need to rely on those relations. First, that's a good thing, right? We know the Biden administration has initiative on loneliness because there's a loneliness epidemic in this country. So it's nourishing and it's good for us. But also in the end, we'll need each other. But we'll need real connections, real relationships. If we're going to counter misinformation and the nastiness on social media, we'll need real community as opposed to, Twitter community to combat what is happening there.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk that like Democrats are not as organized to push back against Trump this cycle, and I really think that's wrong. I think what we saw in 2016 was this sort of shock and a bunch of people opting in to do the real work of politics for the first time and being very loud as they tried to figure that out. Going into this round of Trump as president, I think people have found their work, and they don't need to go have a march about it as much. They don't need to go have a Twitter thread about it. They know what their work is, and they're plugging back into that work, whether that work is community support, whether that work is political dynamics. And so what I see across my community is people plugging back into that. And now there are some folks out there who have not yet found their work. And I think our job as leaders is to remind them that's available and to please join. Again, 2016, we had the Trump election, we had not great results across the state of Texas. And 2018, we had amazing results that completely changed the way the Texas House operated for a cycle because they were real scared of Democrats, and that was nice. We have that playbook to play again. And the other piece of that dynamic is 2018 was near the end of a redistricting cycle, which meant the gerrymander had started to break. And after the 2020 election, we got re-gerrymandered, and those numbers matter. Some of the seats we've lost are seats that were intentionally gerrymandered to minimize the number of Democratic voters in them, one in the Valley, one in Bexar County. So in 2026, 2028, 2030, that gerrymander is not going to hold up as well as it did this cycle and last cycle. And we've got to do the work and prepare to hang every unpopular policy decision around their neck. And I need everyone who supports those values to be a part of that.
All right, so we'll get started with Q&A, and I know that both representatives need to get on the road soon, so I want to make sure we get to as many questions in the next 11 minutes as possible, but I also want to ask some questions from online. Linda from Driftwood asks, what will it take to get a statewide referendum on women's health care like Kansas?
The problem in Texas is we do not have direct ballot initiative. So you cannot, as citizens, petition the state of Texas to allow a vote on that. When Texans get to vote on things, it is because the legislature decided you could. And to be clear, that's actually what happened in Kansas. The Kansas ballot initiative was about trying to overturn pro-abortion language in their constitution, and Kansas voters stood up and said, no, we like our constitution. So we don't have a path to put it directly there, but I would really encourage Texans to support citizen ballot initiatives because I think it's time. I think we've seen them be successful in other states. I've filed legislation for that. Senator Nate Johnson has filed legislation for that, and that's how we get that direct access.
Yeah, my name is Bill Hammond, and I wanted to ask you about INR as well. Is there a polling that you're aware of the citizens of Texas on that issue? Is there legislative history? Has it been tried before? Are all the Republicans no because what you want to do with your ballot initiative? And if I can, a separate issue, and I'm sure you have a solution to skyrocketing home insurance rates. So there's two for you guys. Thank you.
I am not aware of any polling on the issue. It's the first time I've carried the legislation. It's actually something I had mixed feelings about, and the Florida results pushed me over the edge and made me a supporter. I know Senator Johnson has carried it before, and I look forward to having conversations with him about it. Do not serve on the insurance committee and do not have deep knowledge there, but one thing I will say is we need to quit pretending that climate change is not one of the drivers of rising home insurance rates and taking more active steps to try and reduce these extreme weather events that are taking lives and damaging property.
Do you think all the R's are no on INR?
I'd suspect so, but I'd love to push him on it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Tim Kaminsky, and I'm with the Texas Licensed Child Care Association. I also operate child care centers in Fort Bend County. For the last couple of years, the child care industry has been supported by the federal funds that came through the ARPA funds to help keep us open. Since the beginning of COVID, right before COVID, we had over 18,000 licensed child care centers in the state. That dropped down to 6,000 in May of 2020, and we're only back up to 14,000 at this point. We're anticipating at least 30 to 40% of those closing this next year because no additional funding was put in towards child care in the last legislative session. Phelan put child care as part of the interim charges. He's also put it as part of one of the groups to form to look at this before y'all go into session. Have either of you gotten involved in that project, and where do you see things happening with child care this session?
Unfortunately, neither of us are on that work group. We passed a local initiative here in Travis County to invest in childcare. Unfortunately, we've had to do a lot of those kinds of things locally because the state has been asleep at the wheel or actively making it harder for these basic supports for our families. But I agree with you. It's a major issue, and I hear about it all the time. And I'll be looking to support legislation that's filed on it to increase funding.
My name's Craig Campbell. I'm with the Austin Retired Teachers Association, and I appreciate your comments about the impact of vouchers on the TRS fund, and I think it really is a threat to that, and I hope that gets out there and gets published and pushed a lot more. My question on the vouchers is, could we have it where foster children automatically get into voucher programs because they don't have parents to ask for them?
There was a bill filed last session by James Frank who, that prioritized foster care kids in that program, in a voucher program. So that is possible, that we would see that.
Hi, thank you for being here. My name is Yulisa. So I want to bring it back to the federal, national level, if possible. So it goes without saying that President Donald Trump won't be allowed to run another term as president. And so
I hope that's true.
Go without saying?
So I'm speaking words of power, theoretically. So with that being said, I wanted to ask both of you if you can gauge of anyone you would consider to be a strong candidate for this next presidential election in the Democratic Party. And if you can't say a name, then what are the qualities this theoretical person should champion, or what should they do differently than what Kamala Harris did?
One interesting thing about what happened this election cycle on the Democratic side was that we learned we have a pretty strong bench of candidates for the highest office. And so I would have been happy with almost any of them, really. I do think running on economic opportunity won't be important for Democrats at the national level and state level. I want to give it a kind of shout out to some members who've already filed some bills locally that I think are important and speak to that. Representative Richard Raymond has filed a bill that there should a constitutional amendment to have no increases in the sales tax, right? I think that's really important because some of us believe that Republicans are looking to increase the sales tax, which we know is the most inequitable increase in tax that we could have in the state of Texas. Cristina Morales, representative out of Houston, filed a bill to make college free for all Texans at all our state schools. We see UT just passed a strong initiative to do that, but really for so many families, college is out of reach, and it's an opportunity that Texas families are looking to try to afford, and so we need to make sure we're speaking to those needs directly.
Yeah, and one thing I want to say is the main reason Kamala Harris was not a good presidential candidate is because she was Joe Biden's vice president in a year with incredible anti-incumbent dynamics. And that was unfortunate, the way that played out. But that is like the biggest mistake she made, was being in that role, which was obviously impossible to reverse at that point. I think there's a lot of people nationwide I'm excited about, but one thing I think we should remember as Democrats is we tend to do well with people who feel fresh and are not overexposed. And so I would encourage people who are going to run to not overexpose themselves too early and then come out to be the next fun, exciting candidate.
Thank you both for being here and enlightening us. It's been a wonderful presentation. My name is Randy Lee. I've been hanging around up there at the Capitol since 1975. I have a trivia question, actually.
She's the one. She's the one.
For Representative Zwiener. Is it true that you're a former Jeopardy champion?
3-time, right?
I am not advised.
Now, and if so, what years?
2012 was the year I appeared on the show.
I just wanted people to know that we have a very smart representative.
We're going to close this out with one last question here.
Reagan Stone with Progress Texas here, and hopefully this helps round everything out. But to my count, there's about 3 elections before redistricting again in the Texas House. Would y'all be open to pushing a nonpartisan redistricting system in Texas if Democrats regain control? Or would you rather go the gerrymandering the other way? And more so, around messaging and strategy, do you think that would resonate with your constituents? And even something like speaking to folks on both sides of the aisle as far as like ending Citizens United and other types of, I would say, more progressive strategies to messaging. Thanks.
Yeah, of course. Donna Howard, every session files a bill to create a nonpartisan redistricting committee. And I think that's what most Texans, that's what most Americans want. I do think it speaks to the corruption issue that we are plagued with in this state and probably in this country. When you have politicians deciding who their voters are, there's something corrupt at the core of that. Same thing with Citizens United, right? When we have corporations being able to influence our politics, the amount of money that we saw from the billionaires in this election cycle makes it really hard to have faith in our political system. And so I think it's just part of a good government, cleaning up government agenda that I'm glad you raised it, because I do think it resonates across party lines.
Yeah, and I'm a yes as well. Excited to support Representative Howard's legislation yet again. But I believed that before I went through a redistricting session, and it is amazing how much going through a redistricting session strengthened my view that we are terrible at this. And there's the partisan element of it, but there's also a nonpartisan element of it that just gets petty. Like, I remember looking at a map and being like, why on earth is there that little like weird hook around like 2 blocks? And the person said, oh, last redistricting cycle, the incumbent thought there was somebody in that district that was going to run against them, so they put him in their neighbors. Like, there's just silly things that happen, and it is bad policy and bad for Texans. And then on money in politics, Citizens United, we unfortunately can't fix at the state level, but we have no campaign contribution limits in Texas. One of y'all could write me $1 million check right now, and I could take it. And that happens. That happens. The lieutenant governor got, I think, $1 million in contribution, $2 million in loans from a pro-Paxton donor right before he sat over the impeachment trial. And I've personally filed legislation to establish campaign contribution limits. I think that is an issue people support, and I think it's something we need to be really loud about and put pressure on.
And to be clear, the biggest policy issue that we've been fighting over in Texas, vouchers, came with a $5 million check from an out-of-state billionaire, Jeff Yaz, to our governor. Something really wrong about that.
All right, well, we'll call that a wrap. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to Representative Hinojosa, Representative Zwiener. We really appreciate your time. Good luck in the next session. And thank you guys for coming.
All right, we are going to reconvene here in a half hour. We have 2 panels this afternoon, one on public education in the legislative session, All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started here, and before we get underway officially, knowing that there are chips and cookies in plastic, go ahead and open those now. Our folks joining online probably can't hear it, but our panelists might, so let's get that taken care of. But we are going to get started with our fourth panel of the day, certainly a topic that has been referenced throughout our conversations today, public education and the 2025 legislative session. So let me go ahead and introduce our panel and then turn over to our moderator. Laura Colangelo is the Executive Director of the Texas Private Schools Association, an advocacy organization representing over 800 private accredited nonprofit schools in Texas, in the state legislature, and in D.C. In this role, she is, quote, the public voice for private schools in Texas. Brian Gunther is the 15th president of San Marcos Academy, a fully accredited private Christian school for students pre-K through 12th grade with a boarding program for students 6th through 12th grades. Gunther originally joined the Academy staff in 2015 as Associate Academic Dean and later was named Interim Dean before being named President in 2018. Bob Popensky is the Senior Director of Policy at Raise Your Hand, Texas. An expert on the Texas school finance system, he has provided in-depth bill and policy analysis for the past 10 legislative sessions. And before coming to Raise Your Hand, Texas in 2018, he worked closely with hundreds of school districts for 16 years at Moac, Casey & Associates, specializing in school funding issues, Chapter 313 agreements, and legislative analysis. And Michelle Reinhardt is superintendent of the Alpine Independent School District, having previously served as an assistant superintendent, regional educational consultant, and classroom teacher in West Texas school districts and service centers. She's also consulted with school districts across the U.S. on issues related to school finance, strategic planning, advocacy, community engagement, and curriculum and instruction. Our moderator today, Jaden Edison, is a public education reporter for the Texas Tribune, where he previously served as a reporting fellow in summer 2022. Before returning to the Tribune full-time, he served as the justice reporter for the Connecticut Mirror, another nonprofit journal newsroom covering government, politics, and public policy. We'll have approximately 15 minutes for Q&A this afternoon. And with that, I turn the program over to Jaden.
Good afternoon. We have a difficult hour. Everybody's eating lunch and ready to take a nap at this point. So but let's just get right into it. I mean, education in Texas, there's a lot to talk about, right? I'm curious. I wanted to hear, to kind of set this conversation up, to kind of go one by one and get a sense of what are the issues in your respective, fields that are keeping you up at night as it relates to education? Like, I want to talk about that, and then we can get into more of the weeds. But we could just go one by one, and just generally speaking, what are the issues you're currently thinking about as we talk about education, both in private and public schools?
Well, thank you for having me, and I represent the 941 private accredited nonprofit schools, so I have a lot of things that keep me up at night. The conversation that will go on about ESAs, and we're going to get to that. We have some priorities that we would have to see in a bill for private school choice, and it is my role in the next however many months we have to have those conversations as practitioners, as private schools. You're talking about us. There's a lot of conversation about us. Are you listening to actually how we operate? And do you understand how this bill would affect us? And will you please make sure that you have a couple of those issues? We get to that later, or do you want me to outline them now?
No, we can get more into the weeds here in a second. But yeah, I mean, we can pass it along to you, Brian. Just kind of what are the issues that are keeping you up at night?
Yeah, as a private school administrator and a boarding school, there are two issues that keep me up at night. One is our international boarding population. Since COVID of 2020, our international population has dropped. And so we have lost some opportunities to provide our education for some international students who have come and resided at our school over the years. The second is we've hit the birth cliff in our upper grade levels. And so the birth cliff happened in 2008, 2009, when there was a lower level of birth to children. People stopped having children, and so it lowers the number of students in our classes in the upper grades now. Universities are preparing for the birth cliff as they enter into university population. So that's another thing that keeps us up at night.
Yeah, in public education, it's absolutely everything. There are over 1,000 bills filed every session on public education alone, from school funding to assessment and accountability to school safety to you name it, it is there. About 10% of those pass, so about 100 bills pass every legislative session. But as far as raise your hand is concerned, it is school funding, school funding, school funding. Right now, Texas funds our schools $4,400 below the national average. We are ranked 46th in the nation in public school spending. We've got a lot of work to do. We fund our teachers at $8,800 below the national average. We need to work on our teacher workforce. We need to be able to better attract and retain and train our teachers so that we can provide the best teacher possible on day one of school.
Thank you. So from my perspective, it's about addressing the persistent defunding of public education that has happened in this state, particularly in rural school districts. We've seen, and the numbers from the Legislative Budget Board's fiscal size up show that in constant dollars from 2016, there's been a 10% reduction in per student funding across all state, local, and federal funds over the past decade. That's a 14% reduction in just the past 5 years alone in constant dollars in terms of buying power that school districts have. So schools have less funding than they've ever had for higher and higher amounts of student needs. So the two things are really the lack of funding that we're seeing in schools, which equates to really low pay for teachers and our staff. But then how do we continue to advance academic outcomes for our kids and excellent outcomes for our kids who have higher and higher needs with less and less resources?
Yeah, I really want to set the stage. I mean, just to get right into it, because it's all interconnected between school funding and education savings accounts and vouchers or whatever. I'll use the term vouchers just for consistency's sake, but obviously understanding that people have different usage of terms and whatnot. But obviously last year it was crucial in that the governor basically, it was, hey, if you don't pass, our bill to implement school vouchers, you don't get your standalone public school finance bill, right? And obviously, we're in a situation now where school districts across the state are adopting deficit budgets in droves, right? You've seen the expiration of COVID pandemic relief dollars, which now that those are gone, that further highlights kind of the dire funding situation that school districts are in. I want to get to our public schooling folks, and then we'll work our way over to kind of get into the broader aspects of the conversation. But the decision to not infuse public schools with a significant, to basically give public schools a significant boost in funds, what has been the lasting impact in the last, year and a half since those political kind of decisions were made? And we can start with you, Michelle.
Sounds great. So first I would say significantly depressed buying power, right? And so we know that over the last 5 years, there's been a 22% increase in inflation over those 5 years. And districts are not immune from that. So we all see that in our personal families, right? With our costs going up so significantly, that happens in districts as well. Interestingly and importantly, the district inflationary costs, if you will, for some of our major expenses are even higher than that 22%. So we're spending 65% more on fuel than we were 5 years ago. We're spending 44% more on food than we were 5 years ago, et cetera. And so that decreases our buying power significantly, and we're able to do less, right? So it means we have to contract staffing. We have less staff to meet more student needs. It also means that we have significantly depressed teacher salaries. So in Alpine ISD is one of maybe 100 districts across the state that start teacher salaries at the state minimum salary schedule. That number is $33,600 a year, which is a travesty in a state as wealthy as Texas, right? We also know that school districts that pay the state minimum salary are disproportionately rural. 60% of Texas's school districts are rural, but 95% of districts that pay $40,000 or less for a first-year teacher are rural districts. So there are very clear needs, and what you're seeing is that our poorest districts are getting even poorer, both in terms of their funding level, but also in terms of their buying power and how they're able to fund teacher salaries and staffing needs. And so we're not as well equipped to meet student needs. That is some of what I would say is some of the large impact of a lack of legislative leadership on behalf of public schools over the last 5 years.
Bob, and I'd love to hear from you too. By the way, Bob is one of 3 people who understand school finance in the state of Texas, by the way. So we're going to rely on him a lot today. But Bob, I want to hear this from your standpoint, kind of the funding situation that public schools are faced with as a result of some of the decisions that were made in 2023.
Yeah, first and foremost, it is the legislature's responsibility and duty to provide support for public education. And since 2019, they have not necessarily done that, right? There's only a handful of ways school districts can raise revenue for their students and for their teachers. One, they can increase their ADA or their attendance, and that's not happening in some school districts because of enrollment decline. You can go out for a tax rate election, or you can pass something at the Texas legislature that increases the basic allotment. Now the basic allotment is kind of the building blocks for our public education school funding system. It's set at $6,160, and you can add on student characteristics and district characteristics to that. So at the end of the day, when you add all of that in, the average per student funding is around $10,500. That has not changed since 2019. That is the problem school districts are facing. So when you're asking the legislature, hey, we're down $9.8 billion in constant dollars since 2020, it's the legislature's responsibility to fix that because school districts do not have the power to do so. And so when you look at what the legislature has not done since then, we're going to talk about possibly special education later. We have special education funding formulas that are underfunding the cost of special education by $2 billion. And we can go down the list of all of our funding formulas that do that. We have a transportation allotment, transportation system that costs $2 billion across the state, but the state is only chipping in about $400 million. So we can go formula by formula, kind of looking at why these formulas don't actually meet the cost that school districts are needing right now.
Yeah, I want to come to my private school and folks over here and get y'all's perspective on this, right? Obviously, the voucher, ESA bill, school choice, whatever you will, at the heart of it, obviously, is, allowing the use of public funds toward private schooling. And I'm curious, coming out of the 2023 legislative session and the special sessions that follow, what have y'all heard over the last kind of year and a half from y'all's folks, and obviously from you and your administration? What have been kind of the thoughts coming out of last legislative session and kind of where we're headed now with the conversation being a top priority for key lawmakers here in the state?
Well, 90% of the schools that I represent are interested in a program like this. They have to turn away families that can't afford private school tuition, and they hate to do that. It's families that would really want that kind of different private education. And so they're looking at this as an opportunity, depending on the details of the bill. And so they are interested, they're ready to participate once we get this done and hammer out all the details. But specifically, and what I think a lot of people don't understand is, you hear a lot about this universal program. It's not universal in the sense that it's an appropriation outside of the foundation school program. So we're talking about, last session it was $500 million. So that is about 40,000 students statewide across the state. There are 5.5 million public school students right now in the state of Texas. So you hear a couple of these things thrown around, universal, vouchers, things that are not necessarily totally true. There are nuances to this policy. And so that's what I'm trying to explain to people outside of the private school world and have our schools understand, like, this train seems to be coming, and you all need to prepare for that and decide if you want to participate. And like I said, 90% are saying yes. And how are you communicating that to your families? How are you going to communicate that out to the community as well? So there's a lot of preparation for a bill that we don't know the details, but we look back on previous sessions and we're sort of working with what's been filed in the past and hopefully refining it and looking to other states who have implemented it and learned from them so that we do it well. And that's my goal. That's what keeps me up at night too.
Before we go to you, Brian, I want to kind of build on that too. I mean, you talked about earlier, you were highlighting kind of the mandatory things that you and I know you represent and work with over 900, almost 1,000 private schools here in Texas. Can you outline those for us? And what does that look like in terms of, we don't know what the bill is going to look like, but for you as we speak today, what would you like to see?
So my ideal Laura Colangelo private school bill would include 4 things. One is that the private schools that participate would have to be accredited. So when I say I represent 941 schools, that's private accredited nonprofit schools. There are more private schools in the state that are unaccredited, and that's the same legal equivalent as a homeschool. So we're talking about a subsection of the private school landscape. And we would want to see in the bill, our accountability is our accreditation. So we'd want to make sure that it's specific in the bill that the private schools must be accredited. And we can get into that. That's a kind of a longer conversation to talk about accreditation and accountability. Number 2, we would want to make sure that the poor families, we're prioritizing low-income families and special needs students. We want to make sure that the people who have not accessed private schools before because they can't afford it, they're the ones that are prioritized in the bill. That is incredibly important to us. That's the whole point of this conversation, is that we want people who have not been able to access private schools that need it. Again, most are happy in their private and public schools and will stay, but those that need another option, we want to make sure that there's a line and it's prioritized for the people who need it the most. Third is that there has to be religious liberty and private school autonomy language. Very specific language that we want to see in every bill, when that is to protect the religious liberty of the sector of private schools and their autonomy in this. We don't want to change private schools fundamentally in order to implement a program like this. The reason that people want this, that families want this, is that private schools operate differently, and we can talk about that. But we are not going to become de facto public schools just by implementing an ESA program for 40,000 kids, or however many it ended up being. And then the 4th issue is this, we'll talk about a little bit, is that our reporting and our accountability, we want to make sure that we're focused on norm reference testing, which is what goes on in accredited private schools already, and make sure that we're looking at student success and program success from an authentic assessment in our private schools, and those are nationally norm reference tests. So those are the 4. We can get into specifics, but I don't want to take up all the time.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate you highlighting those things, and definitely want to circle back around to a couple of things. But Brian, I want to get to you a little bit. I mean, for you, at San Marcos Academy, eat 'em up cats. By the way, we got a Texas State alum here. But nonetheless, I did want to talk to you as president. What have the conversations been like with your administration about any potential participation? What was your involvement, during the last legislative session? Like, if you can cover both those grounds, be curious to hear from your perspective, like how this thing has evolved over the last couple of years.
Yeah, we work very closely with TPSA. Our school works very closely with TPSA and Laura, and so we rely upon our larger organization to make sure that our autonomy and our religious liberty is protected and provided for the students who want to be at our school and the families that want to be at our school. I think the questions that I get as a private school administrator that come from families and come from our city is, does that change the admissions process for our school? Does that change the opportunity for financial aid at your school? Does that mean you're going to raise tuition so that you can equal the dollar amount that the state is going to provide to the schools? And I would like to address all of those if that's okay with you. The first is our admission standards do not change. Our school is 117 years old this year and will continue to exist as it has been founded, and it doesn't change admission standards. Our financial aid opportunity only continues to grow with our students, and so we look at this legislative opportunity as future opportunities for students who couldn't max out the potential financially to be able to attend a school like San Marcos Academy. We will continue to provide financial aid for our students. We will continue to help meet the need where there are gaps. We actually call it a gap program right now. We want to help meet those gaps where there are those gaps. Our lowest tuition for our youngest students doesn't reach that $10,000 mark. And no, we are not going to increase our tuition to meet the dollar level that the state would provide. That money can be used however that family decides to use that money. We're not going to change what we do, how we do it, why we do it, or any of the policies that are surrounding that. We already do the norm reference testing for all of our grade levels. We already are accountable in a number of ways to TEA, because as an accredited school, we hold a TEA number. And in that, we have to match the minutes of the instructional minutes per year. We have to match standard of care as provided by TEA for public schools. We match standard of care in our institutions as well. And so it doesn't change anything but opportunity. It creates an opportunity for families and students who would not normally have that ability to go to a school of their choice.
I want to get to this topic. It seems like this kind of theme that's popped up is accountability, right? Which we know, nationally speaking, that's always been the kind of a conversation as we talk about these types of policy proposals. And I know there is some resistance among private schools to participate because, there's this strong sense of we need to maintain our autonomy, right? I want to bring everybody into this conversation because this is important here, and I want to play a little to kind of think about this here is. If you're creating, a policy, a lot of the political rhetoric over the last couple of years has been that public schools are not serving our children the way they need to be served. We're still struggling to bounce back from, the pandemic cliff as it relates to standardized testing, so on and so forth. So if you could get a little bit more into the nuance of if that's the rhetoric being used against public schools and ESAs are being touted as a solution to helping solve some of those issues, why not have the same accountability standards as it relates to testing and things of that nature? Could you break that down a little bit more for me?
Yes, so our accountability is our accreditation, and we want this program to succeed, to serve those families that do not have that option right now. And so our accountability is accreditation and these norm reference tests. So that's how we're going to evaluate the program. And so when we have this conversation and this, it turns into how are you going to create another public school program, we're not trying to do that. This is for those families who cannot access private schools that need another option. If you look at the 32 other states that have private school choice programs, most families are going to stay and they're happy in their public school. And we, as TPSA, we would never say that the public schools are not serving the children the way they should. We are pro-public schools and we are pro-private schools. We just want to make sure that children get the opportunities that they need. Every child is different. Every family is different, and we're just trying to open up those opportunities. We're not trying to change the sector, but we are trying to make sure that families and children get the opportunities that they need. But the public schools do a Herculean effort to serve those children, and we are very, very happy that they do that, and we work in partnership with them. So this is not an us versus them situation. This is a way to serve families the best that we can.
I wholeheartedly agree with the partnership because I have a great relationship with the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District Superintendent. We talk every week on how we can help serve each other in this process. So we are strong partners in San Marcos, all of the private schools and San Marcos CISD. To answer the question about accountability, it was this year that we sat before reaccreditation. We hold two different accreditations with two different companies. One is an international accreditation, Southern Association of Colleges and Schools. The K-12 branch is called Cognia. That is a 7-year accreditation, but in order to gain that accreditation, not only did we have to prove that we introduced TEKS at every level, at every appropriate level throughout the school year with all of our curriculum, not only did we have to prove that we met the required minutes, instructional minutes per year, and we did norm reference testing with aggregated, disaggregated, and analyzed data for our curriculum instruction moving forward. Without any of that, which is accountability, we would not have been reaccredited. We earned reaccreditation this year with two different organizations, both of which analyzed whether or not we were passing those accountability benchmarks for the state.
I want to bring our public school folks in, and feel free to touch on these points, but I wanted to ask a specific question. It's been really interesting. I've been kind of following, in our reporting and seeing kind of the lawmaker dialogue around these particular issues. And one thing I've seen come up time and time again in both House and Senate committee hearings, but also, in editorials, right, is this sense of, and I want to get y'all's kind of direct response to this point, and then maybe you can touch on some of the points made here, but it's this sense that, hey, Texas public schools have received more funding than they ever have. And therefore, and we're still seeing, uneven outcomes on these tests that we mandate each and every year. So why should we continue to do the same thing and not try something else like implement an ESA program? direct response to that, and then if you could maybe touch on the accountability points as well.
Okay, you'll have to remind me on the second part again in a minute. But I could go on and on about this. In essence, there are numbers that are being deliberately and artificially inflated about the amount of funding that actually goes to Texas public schools. So even our Commissioner of Education, Mike Marath, who does a great job leading on behalf of our 5.5 million students in public schools in Texas, put out numbers recently showing that schools receive $15,000 on average per student. So like my first question is, like, where do I send my invoice for all of the part of that we're not receiving in Alpine ISD? Calculated it's about $4 million more than we actually receive. So if anyone watching has that information, let me know. We'll send that invoice off today. That number is not correct. And so you might wonder, well, how is that being overinflated? Those numbers, the top line on that talks about FSP, which is Foundation School Program funding, and other funding sources. And so included in that are the costs to run the Texas Education Agency, are the $1 billion in state vendor payments that are paid out to vendors, money that never goes to schools. Also included in that is, I think you'll have to help me with the math, $5 billion in one-time ESSER funding, right? That no longer exists in public schools, but was put in that year's calculation to artificially inflate that number. Also, school districts' INS, interest and sinking, bond payments are put in there. Those are taxpayer-approved capital projects that often are done through bonds because our M&O, or maintenance and operation, daily funding is so low, it doesn't allow us to actually repair and improve our schools on a year-to-year basis. And I could talk about the millions and dollars of deferred maintenance we have in Alpine ISD as an example of that. So to this point, when you actually pull out all of the money that doesn't actually flow to schools in that $15,000 per student number, the number comes out looking like a lot more like $11,000 per student, which is similar to the number you were sharing earlier. That doesn't even account for the impact of inflation over the last 5 years. And so while that number may appear higher than it was 5 years ago, it's actually a 10% reduction per student than it was 10 years ago based on the Legislative Budget Board's calculations. So I guess my question on that would be, that should raise some questions for us about, wait, but why? Why would an education agency be putting out a number that artificially inflates what school districts are actually receiving? Who does that serve and who does that not serve? And I think there's kind of two prongs there. One is they're trying to create as large of a number as possible to then take 75% of and say, so that's the number that a voucher should be, even though, again, that math isn't mathing, right? And then the other part is to make this case that, look, school districts are actually overfunded, which is nonsense when you look at what's actually happening in terms of buying power, in terms of teacher salaries across the state, and what's happening boots on the ground in our public schools in Texas.
No, she said it all right. And to underscore it, Texas, 46th in the nation in per pupil spending. I mean, if none of that made sense to you, 46th in the nation. And we have a lot more to do in our public education system. But back to the question of vouchers, and we haven't seen a bill and we don't know what the language is going to be. And so all we can do is go and look at what other states are doing. And we can kind of look into the crystal ball of what might be happening for Texas and Texas's public schools when a universal voucher is implemented. And over the last handful of years, there's been about a dozen universal voucher programs adopted, but a handful have been implemented, primarily in Arizona. And if you've been paying attention to Arizona, they faced a $1.3 billion budget deficit last year. So most of that was through the voucher program. But a recent report just came out a few months ago that said, because it's a universal voucher program and because their law says you can carry over that voucher money for 4 years after the student graduates from high school, guess how much is left in the voucher accounts right now? $360 million. That would have mostly made up their budget deficit. And if you dig a little deeper into the weeds, what is the policy outcomes we want from a universal program? Is it to help the public school students that aren't quite doing well in their public schools to get into a private school? Or is it to use kind of the vouchers to already pay for tuition for students that are going to private school? And if you look at what's happening in Arizona, it's 80%. 80% of the students that use a universal voucher program attended a private school the year before. If you look in Florida, it's 70%. And so when you're crafting any sort of legislation, what is the policy outcome you want? And what other states are doing is using it to have students that already attended a private school benefit the most.
Okay, I'd like to respond to that because I did read that the Arizona news articles, and that bothers me as an organization. We have studied this for years and have seen that this does not harm public schools in the way that people are trumpeting right now. So I called a state board of education member in Arizona. And so yes, this was ESA's going completely universal. That's not even what we're talking about in Texas right now. We're talking about an appropriation for some students to be able to go to private school. So we're talking about apples and oranges already. But if you dig down into the Arizona numbers, the ESAs did end up costing more than was originally budgeted. That was a planning problem for the 23-24 school year, so it was $92 million. But the general fund expenditures for the public district schools, for the children they were not educating, dropped by $93 million. So there was a net savings of $1 million for the ESA portions in Arizona. And again, that's not even what we're talking about in Texas, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about real numbers and actual financial reality when we're talking about ESAs.
I didn't have a chance to kind of respond to the accountability piece. And I think, one of the things that I think about when I think about why vouchers are a bad policy for Texas is that they don't align with Texas's conservative values, right? Specifically, we believe in accountability and transparency with public funds. And so y'all have laid out your current accountability systems, which are mostly internal to private schools and determined largely by private schools. But once public funds come into play, there's a whole other level of expectation about transparency and accountability and outcomes, right? And those are the standards that we hold our public schools to. And so really what we're talking about here is, do we believe in symmetry of expectations, right? Symmetrical expectations, symmetrical funding, et cetera, if we were to consider and launch a third stream of education systems within Texas, the first two being our public education sector and then also our charter schools as well. And so if we're not coming to the table saying we believe in symmetric expectations, public accountability, all of the same requirements that public schools are held to in order to access public funds, then we either don't support this program, right? Or we should be seeing bills that are removing all of those accountability metrics from public schools, right? If our accreditation was as simple as peer review, or our accountability was dependent on minutes alone, right? That's a totally different system than the really excessive, expansive current accountability and oversight requirements from the state of Texas in terms of public education funding.
Yeah, so much conversation about access, right? And I know that point has been brought up kind of thematically here, and I know you talked about it among your, I think the 4 priorities you outlined was making sure that if we were to implement this program, it serves the kids who need it most, not the kids who are already in. But what we do know with available with the voucher programs that have already been implemented is that much of the usage of those programs tend to be people who already have their kids enrolled in private schools, right? And I know ProPublica, shout out to our good colleagues at ProPublica, have also done some pretty remarkable reporting that looks at kind of the poor zip codes and the distance to private schools, right? And so that becomes a thing of transportation, and then also the fact that if it's $8,000 to $10,000, that doesn't nearly cover what it might be for a full private school tuition. So the question in bringing up all that context is, what's your message to state lawmakers to ensure that if you are to implement a ESA program, that serving underserved communities is not just something that's written in the bill, but it actually is carried out in practice?
Well, this has been an evolving conversation. If you've been following this topic, originally 5 years ago, when I was talking about this, I would say it was going to be a switcher bill, meaning only children in public schools will be eligible to participate in an ESA program. That all changed on the Senate floor during the regular session in 2023 when Senator Drew Springer stood up and said, wait a minute, I can get behind this. I hear what you're saying, but what about my constituents that are working 2 and 3 jobs to send their children to private school in my district? They're going to get nothing. And so at that moment, and I rarely see things like that happen that stick, but that change in the conversation was, okay, yes, it should be low-income families or those that meet those levels of income or special needs. If they are in private school, that they should be eligible, but we're still prioritizing those that can't afford. So it's not subsidizing wealthy families. It's only allowing those families that need the extra help to get the extra help to go to a school that meets the needs of their child. So it's evolving, but the 80%, the Arizona thing, that's been they've had private school choice for 20 years now. So again, that's not Texas right now today. We're talking about starting a program outside of the foundation school program for last session, 40,000 kids statewide. So we're not breaking anyone's bank. The sky is not going to fall. And if you look at the 32 other states, you will see that this is just a way for families to get the education that they need.
For now, we're not breaking the bank for now. If you looked at the fiscal note going forward, it was billions of dollars. If you looked at what happens in other states, it's billions of dollars. Florida's voucher program, including its universal voucher program, is anywhere between $2.5 to $3 billion. Guess how much was on the table for public schools in Texas last legislative session? $4 billion. So a time is coming in the future, well, it will break the bank.
And I would say to that too that, but my third reason about why vouchers are a bad policy is around we can't afford it, right? We can't afford it. We have $14 billion a year in predetermined needs and gaps within our current public education funding system. And we can break that down. We can look at the impact of inflation and how that costs $10 billion just to get us back to 2019 levels. The $2 billion gap in special education funding, the $1 billion a year gap in safety and security funding, the $1 billion gap to get every single public school to their current meager allotment. 75% of districts aren't even receiving that. That's $14 billion a year in current, well-identified, documented needs within public schools. And if we cannot afford that, then we surely cannot afford the creation of a new entitlement program while we're allowing these needs to go unmet within our public schools.
Yeah, no, and I just want to note really quickly, in about 5 to 10 minutes or so, we'll open the floor up for Q&A, so just wanted to flag that for y'all. We're definitely not going to be able to talk about it. I want to talk about cell phones today, but clearly we're not going to have time to do that. But I did want to, I want to talk about, kind of stand on the same path. This has been a lot of great conversation. I appreciate everybody's input on this. The basic allotment. There's been so much conversation over the last couple of years about a lack of increase to the basic allotment since 2019, right? And I want to hear from y'all, for people who are well adept in education policy and pay attention to the Capitol all the time, you might know what it means, but for the average Texan who's just living to make ends meet, I want to get a sense from y'all on what does the lack of increase in a basic allotment actually mean in real time as it relates to students and teachers and school operations, so on and so forth?
Sure, so I can start with that one. So when we think about some of the numbers we've shared earlier, right, we're receiving 10% less funding in constant dollars than we were 10 years ago, 13% less than 5 years ago, et cetera. And we talk about there being even more student need in Texas. And then we talk about also like our fuel costs are higher and our utility costs and our insurance costs, they're all higher. So how does that all work out? If there's less money and more of those fixed costs, it means there's less money that actually goes into instruction. So you're seeing across Texas public schools larger class sizes, right? You're seeing fewer staff across all districts, including fewer support staff for children. So for example, in Alpine ISD, we've had to cut interventionist positions over the past few years. We've had to cut teaching positions over the last few years. So there are less wraparound supports provided to Texas public school children at a time when they need them more than ever, right? Because there's less overall money to educate the same number of children. And then you're also seeing stagnant salaries. So think about that as well. Teachers in Alpine, Texas have not received a raise since 2019, despite record-setting inflation that has cut their buying power by 22%, right? That's what it looks like on the ground. The other side of things too, in Alpine ISD, we have over $10 million in deferred deferred maintenance across the district because we don't receive our full allotment every year. We only receive 85% of what we're supposed to receive every year from the state. And there are funding formula nuances that we could go into. There are solutions for that. That is good policy for public schools, is let's address those issues. But that lack of funding year over year in Alpine ISD leads to air conditioners at our middle school that were installed 30 years ago with a 10 to 15 year lifespan, and no funding to be able to improve or replace those, right? And so these are very real boots on the ground issues that we're seeing in public schools that are as a result of this kind of systemic defunding of public education, particularly in our rural districts.
No, that's right. $6,160. That's the building block for our foundation school program. Let's be real. It's a number the legislature backed into. It's not really connected to anything, any real costs that school districts are going through. And so what I would like to see is actually a real robust conversation is what does it actually cost to fund our schools fully? You're going to hear that term quite a bit over the session. We fully fund our schools. And while that's technically true, we haven't reduced funding for schools since 2019. Inflation has just caught up with us. But our formulas are not fully funding the actual cost of what's going on in our public schools. And I think that's the conversation we have. And when we have a $21 billion beginning balance, now is the time to have those conversations, just like last session was time to have those conversations where we can actually move the ball forward on some of this. This isn't going to all happen overnight. This is long-term funding issues that have gone on in Texas for quite some time. It's going to take us generations to dig out of it, but let's start doing it now while we have the funding and we have kind of the ability to look at some of this stuff in a meaningful way, especially with the inflationary pressures, especially with ESSER funding going away, and while we're having this voucher conversation, because voucher is going to put pressure on state costs in the future as well.
And the last question before we get to the Q&A, I wanted to ask, our private school folks here, I wanted to get y'all's perspective, right? Because, we talk a lot, and this stood out to me, Brian, when you were talking, you mentioned, we're not gonna just come out, you pass the voucher bill, we're not gonna come out and raise our tuition to align with, the bill that was passed. But that also, as you both know, that's a criticism that people often talk about in terms of, is this operating as a sort of bailout for private schools who are, struggling financially? And I know you see you shaking your head, I wanted to get your perspective, both of y'all's perspective kind of on that conversation about private schools, using this as an opportunity to get back on their feet financially. What can you tell us about that?
No, this is a program for families to access the education that they want. It's about educational choice. This is, we want those families to have this opportunity. This is not, private schools, we're doing just fine. We've grown in enrollment. I can never remember the number, but last year we had 308,241 students in private schools across the state, and that in 2019 it was 235,590. So the enrollment is increasing marginally, not super significantly, but yes, this is a way, and this is a way to solve the problem. During COVID, families saw that maybe the education wasn't fitting their child, and when kids went to school every day, you didn't necessarily see what was going on. Maybe the children had special needs that weren't being addressed, as we were talking about earlier, or other things that were happening, and they're just opening their eyes to other options. And this is a way to provide other options for a small amount of people. And I want that if this passes with the news, and every single Texan thinks all of a sudden, I'm going to have a voucher for $8,000, and where am I going to go? Like, that is not what we're talking about. I cannot scream that loudly enough from the rooftops that we're talking about a limited program for families that really need it and can't afford it. So, and that's the danger once this passes, that all the misinformation out there, we're going to have to correct that before we can even start implementing it.
I think that with any nonprofit, whether it's a school or an organization, never are your operational budgets met through fees or through, in our case, tuition. We do our own fundraising. We do our own donor support. We do our own alumni support. So we're not looking to the state for a handout. We're not looking for extra money to come into operations account or to our plant infrastructure, any of those items. What we're looking looking at, we look at it from the reverse, that this is for the families. It doesn't change what we do as a school. It's not going to change an increase in our budget, because if we get students, if we increase in student enrollment, that means another teacher hire, that means another section opening, that means more curriculum to buy. So the cost operationally is relative to the number of students that come in. It doesn't work out to be a handout for private schools. It works out to be an opportunity for families who couldn't afford that in the past.
Just really quickly, if I could just, 'cause I know you mentioned, I found it really curious, you talking about kind of the, this is a limited program, right? But we know the political dynamics, though, have changed since the last time vouchers were a policy debate within at the Capitol. The governor has been very clear over the last couple months is that we have the votes. And so what that means is that maybe we don't need to compromise in the same ways that we have in the past. So what does that do for you in understanding that you're advocating for this kind of focus program that serves the most vulnerable students? The governor, I would imagine, he's for universal.
Yes, but we have 150 House members, 31 senators, and they all understand school choice in a slightly different way. And so to get everyone on board, and most of them, the votes that we have, the 76 that will vote in the House on this bill, it's for this limited kind of program. I mean, even the new members that I've talked to, understand it in different levels and different ways. But yeah, I think that this will be a program that we have to be ready to implement it. And if you let's just say in some scenario, you start with universal, so every single taxpayer or with a child gets a voucher, we don't have the capacity to do that. We're the ones that we have I think 100,000 open seats across the state. We need to start with a program that we can implement and do well and make sure that those families do get what they think they're getting and that we serve the children the way we're talking about. So I just think it's unrealistic to say, every single person in Texas is going to be doing this right now. I have this universal voucher. That it's semantic difference. It's universal within an appropriation. That's what we're talking about right now.
Last thing, if you want to add, yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Last thing I'll add is, I think this panel in many ways is a microcosm of what's happening across the state. And unfortunately, this topic, which you're saying would serve 40,000 students, is getting disproportionate press. And meanwhile, the public school system, which has clearly identified needs, serves 5.5 million children in Texas, is not. And there's significant policy that could be moved forward, that could be advanced to help improve outcomes for public school students. And that is not being discussed because the voucher issue is sucking the air out of the conversation, despite the fact that it doesn't align with Texas values, that there's proven research that shows that voucher programs actually decrease student academic outcomes, right? And that we don't have the money to do it while we're also needing to fully fund public education. So I would look forward to conversations about what policy would actually advance outcomes for our public education children.
I want to get to Q&A, but if you just want to add one quick thing.
I'm just saying, recent weeks, I'm hearing more conversation about these public school priorities, and I'm glad about that. I mean, we heard the governor say a couple of weeks ago when he was talking about the ESA program, and we're going to raise teacher salaries and that sort of thing. He was saying that in the same breath in the way that I hadn't heard.
No bills, not an emergency action item, and not on the agenda for the interim legislative sessions. And so I just really push on how authentic that really is when there's no actual legislative movement in that direction.
Well, we won't have emergency items until January. So, I mean, that all comes. There's a pace to this. So I do think it will be, I hope it's both. I hope we're having this larger conversation about public school funding and what they need and private school choice for those families that need it.
As you can see, we all agree on all policy topics, but we can go to Q&A.
Yeah, we have a hard stop 13 minutes from now, so all I'd ask for the folks in line is be able to get to, as passionate as you are on the issue, just get to your question as quickly as possible so our panelists have a chance to answer. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susanna Carranza, and my question is a little bit about math. So one of the arguments that pro-vouchers folks say, oh, but it's a different pot of money, it's not taking money away from public schools. But every kid that gets a voucher and moves out of the public system means there's less funding for public schools, because public schools not only are funded by students, but they're funded by attendance. So if the costs of the buildings and the teachers and all stay the same and you start losing students, how does that math add up?
I was going to say, Bob.
It doesn't. In fact, in one of the earlier bills last session, they had a hold harmless for school districts that were losing kids underneath a certain student enrollment. Because yes, when a student leaves, they lose about $10,500 to $11,000 on average. And in a small school, which you can talk about, if you lose 5 or 6 kids, that is a teacher's salary. And that is really hard to replace. And so, yes, it is very difficult to do the math on this.
I think I would add to that as well. I think we saw last legislative session exactly that. Money was withheld from public schools because vouchers didn't pass. And so I think, all the reasons that you've talked about, but that as well, this money comes from somewhere. And if we don't have $14 billion to fully fund public ed back to 2019 numbers, then we don't have money for this.
Hi, my name is Tim Kaminsky. I'm with the Texas Licensed Child Care Association. One of the reasons I'm here today is because we are left out of that conversation. Child care centers provide 3- and 4-year-old pre-K, and as of 2019, 4-year-olds were shifted over into the public school system. It was a mandate. We didn't see the impacts of that for the first 2 years because of COVID, but over the last 2 years, we've seen a 50% decline across the board in all of our child care centers. And there was a bill in the last session to make it mandatory for 3-year-olds to also move into the pre-K system. So as y'all talk about the different impacts that lower enrollment and higher costs and so forth impact your ability to operate schools, we've been put in the same situation, but by legislation by the state. So for vouchers, we're wanting the pre-K language included, which it wasn't the first time. It did make it into the last round, but we're having to ensure that our pre-K families have that option to stay with us. But if we're not up there as part of that conversation, you're missing a whole group of educational people that have to be a part of this. There are accreditations that we're required. We're required for licensing by the state. So that can't be left out of the conversation. And we need everyone to understand the impact that it's had to our financial stability because of legislation.
If I may speak to that for a second. Yeah. So Alpine ISD is one of about 10 districts in the state of Texas that currently partners with private child care centers. There's a private-public partnership model that exists in Texas that allows private schools and private child care centers to partner with a school district and have access to ADA funding from the FSP. Now, how that works is that those private schools and or private child care centers are subject to all the same requirements that public schools are, right? They are dual enrolled in the public school. The public school helps with all of those state requirements because they are a lot, which is why y'all don't want them in the bill. And so we help with that, and then the funding is split 50-50 between the child care center and the school district. That model already exists in Texas, and there are private child care centers that are taking advantage of that. There's private schools that are taking advantage of that. What typically happens is that only children enrolled kind of pre-K through 2nd grade end up being dual enrolled in the school system because there's a lot of avoidance of the STAR assessments that start in 3rd grade. So again, that's already a school choice model that exists in Texas.
And I have seen pre-K in some bill drafts, so I don't know where it will land, but yes, I have seen that.
Hi, my name is Tanya Lavelle. I am a mother to 2 little boys, one of who just started kindergarten this year in a Texas public school. So I do have a question. So the first thing Jaden mentioned, he asked you guys, what is keeping you guys up at night? With me, what is keeping me up at night is that my little 6-year-old is going to be bullied for being Jewish in public schools. So knowing that religious autonomy is so important to the private school system, I'm interested to know kind of what your thoughts are about how recently religious autonomy was actually stripped out of the public school system via recent curriculum changes by the State Board of Education.
And just for context, in the last couple of weeks, the State Board of Education has approved a curriculum named Bluebonnet Learning, which is infused with various Bible lessons. So that's what the question's referencing. If anybody didn't know about that.
Well, that's a law that does not apply to private schools. So we have Jewish schools, I have Islamic schools, I have Christian schools, I have all different kinds, and they teach through the lens of their faith. So I'm not really sure how to answer that. It just that particular decision did not apply to private schools.
And it is an optional curriculum, but obviously has kind of raised concerns among people in the public about establishment clause, constitutional violations, so on and so forth. So just wanted to add the context. Did you want to add anything to?
Sure. I'd just say Alpine ISD, as public schools across Texas, proudly serve all families, all kids. We are following what's going on with Blue Bonnet. I think another aspect to kind of be aware of behind the scenes is not only is it optional, but it has been heavily incentivized from a funding perspective for the state. And so think about, you have a well-documented case of school districts that are underfunded further and further and further and further every year. And then, well, you could get a bit of money if you did this, and you could get a bit of money if you did this. And so again, be thinking about, who does that advantage, who wins there, and in what ways is that good policy to actually improve outcomes for all Texas's children or not. So that's what I would add to that.
Hello, my name is Gabriela Rose Zaidan. My question is surrounding discrimination. So private schools receiving vouchers are not required to adhere to the same non-discrimination policies as public schools. How will the state ensure that no student is excluded based on race, religion, disability, or socioeconomic status, especially in the light of, for example, the trend of banning books? This issue raises concerns about access and diverse education materials, which can disproportionately affect marginalized communities and limit students' understanding of different culture, identities, and perspectives, as well as representation. Many fear that the voucher programs are a means to control.
Ooh, that was a lot. So private schools are subject to federal non-discrimination under the Civil Rights Law, so they cannot discriminate based on race or national origin. What they can do is have admissions policy that are related to the religious views or the whatever mission and vision is of the private school, and they can ask that families respect those decisions, and Brian can probably talk a little bit more granularly about that. But that is a way to make sure that they can serve the families that apply to the school that are interested in going to that particular school.
I think that's part of the beauty of choice. There are multiple schools available. Public school does a tremendous job. There are multiple private schools available. We happen to be a Baptist school, so we're going to teach from a Baptist doctrine as a private school. But there are multiple options as far as private education goes, and not all are Christian, and not all are faith-based. But your choice is also the public school system that does a fantastic job about diversity and inclusion. So the choice is there, regardless of where you come from in your faith or your heritage or where you currently reside.
I think one thing I'd add to that as well is, I'd love to see conversation about the choice for public school parents who want to continue to choose their public school, but would like to be able to choose a public school that is fully funded, right? And so that's part that's really been missing from this conversation is that choice for all those parents, myself included, proud parent of 2 Alpine Bucks.
Hi, I'm Steve Swanson. I'm a 30-year volunteer in public education, including schools, districts, universities, the legislature, and most recently the state bar. And what I've learned in that experience is the choices we've made over the last 30 years. Our lawyers have chosen not to honor their lawyer's creed or their rules of conduct. Our senators have chosen not to understand and fulfill their responsibilities to ensure we have a capable and performing Texas education agency. And I've come to learn we have laws that have been around since 1995 for communities working together to understand and serve the needs of each child, laws that are not being followed. My question is, will you help our lawyers honor the Texas Lawyers' Creed simply by asking them if they know it exists, and secondly, asking them to educate you, which is provided for in the creed to educate the public? And will you help the Senate understand its lawful responsibilities to be responsible for the TEA and its lawful performance of governing education to prevent violence and suicide in schools before guns are needed, all while making effective use of our money?
Is that a question?
Anybody want to take a shot at that one? I guess.
I'm happy to connect afterwards. I didn't totally follow the question, but happy to connect afterwards.
This could be one of those as well. We'll see. Good to see you, Dr.
Go
Reinhardt.
Bucks.
Go Bucks. Good to see you all the way from Alpine. Historically, one of the biggest flights from inner cities and public schools followed the decades of Brown v. Board of Education when that was implemented, meaning when black and brown students integrated, primarily white Christians left public schools for private schools. This could be to DEI, so if you don't want to break state law on a state college campus here, but how does that history play into today's proposed flight from public schools? And I guess this is kind of first geared towards, of course, our private school.
Oh, private schools. Well, I think the history of racism is in all sectors of education. And so I think we're still grappling with that, and we have a lot of work to do in that department. But every school, every private school, and I know DEI, we're not supposed to say that, but we can still at this point, and they're all focused on increasing the diversity. It's a quality education when you have students and teachers from all walks of life, different income levels, different races, different creeds in a classroom to have rich, robust conversations. That's the best kind of education. And that's what private schools do, and that's what families are paying for. And so we are still going to do that. Outside of this ESA conversation, what we view this is a program to allow more families to participate in that rich conversation and that diverse nature.
We'll have last question here.
Hello, my name is Elva Mendoza. I have 3 children. One of them is in one of the schools that is a part of your organization, and 2 of them are in a wonderful public school that is got some serious maintenance issues, deferred maintenance.
Amen. Yes, ma'am.
My question is, my husband and I have been taxpayers for about 16 years where we did not use public education, and 2 where we did. We understood we were paying into public education for all the children of our community because, rising tide raises all boats. What would you say to individuals who say, look, my money is not going to your individual choices, whether that be a religious institution with whose values I don't agree or some other secular institution like the one my child attends, but those funds were not meant for individuals like 40,000 or however many in my community. They were meant for all the children of the community.
Well, I would say you don't support the program. But the program, the way we see it, is allowing those children. We want every school child in Texas to get the best education that he or she can. And this is a way that we see that we could do that. But at the same time, we, again, want to make sure that the public schools are getting what they need, and the rising tide lifts all boats.
Well, that's all the time we have. Appreciate the questions. They covered a lot of grounds that we didn't get to cover up here. So appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. And the after party will be at the Capitol in January if y'all want to join us. So
Thank y'all so much.
Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break and reconvene. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started here as our in-person audience gets settled. There we go. We're going to close the day's conversations with Representative J.M. Lozano and State Representative-elect Mitch Little in conversation with Tribune politics reporter James Barragán, focused on the Republican agenda for the upcoming legislative session. So let's do a little intro here. J.M. Lozano serves as state representative for Texas House District 43. During his tenure, Lozano has been appointed chairman of 5 different committees in the Texas House. Currently chairs the House Committee on Urban Affairs. He sits on transportation, redistricting, and youth health and safety committees. State Representative-elect Mitch Little, Republican of Denton, will be sworn in this January to represent House District 65, a successful business attorney with Sheaf and Stone. Little has fought for private property rights, represented victims of securities fraud, and helped entrepreneurs build companies in numerous industries, including real estate and oil and gas. We introduced James earlier this morning, so we'll get right to the program, so we have a little more time for conversation and, by the way, your Q&A in person and online. But I'll turn it over to James Barragán, politics reporter for the Tribune.
Thanks so much, Matt. And thanks so much to Representatives Lozano and Rep-elect Little. We're excited to have you guys and finish the symposium strong with the party in charge. You guys are in the majority in the legislature, and there's a lot of new faces, which I think means there's going to be potentially a new direction in the House. I think a couple of you guys, or both of you guys, are pretty excited about the new direction that there might be going. So I want to first talk about that, the November elections, the changes that there were, pickups in the House where Republicans already held 86 out of 150 seats, now hold 88 out of 150 seats. There's a big question about who's going to be Speaker, and I know that's important, so we'll get to that. But I just want to talk about the pickups, because there was a lot of talk about the abortion issue and whether that would come back to haunt you guys, other issues and whether they would come back to haunt you guys. But you guys are, I think, sitting pretty. Picked up 2 seats, looking to make changes. And so we had some of your Democratic colleagues on here earlier, and they said they did not see this, that it would be a mistake for you all to see this as a mandate, to push the legislation that you guys want to push. I think that you guys probably think about it a little bit differently. And so I want to ask you guys if you guys see it as a mandate and what that mandate is. What kind of conservative legislation are you looking to pass? And we'll start with seniority with Representative Lozano.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here with you. I wouldn't use the word mandate, but I would say that you can quickly learn as an elected official by looking at what happened in the March primaries, where many Republican incumbents, I think 9, lost re-election because they did not support the Republican priorities. And so this next session, I do believe that any member of the Republican Party in the House is going to be very careful about going against what their precinct chairs want, their Republican Party county chairmen want, what their core base supporters want. People are more galvanized today. We're not very far away from the November election where the historic results show that Texas is conservative, and it is beginning to get even more conservative when you look at the amount of turnout among the Hispanic community voting for President Trump at 55% in Texas. All those things combined are telling the Republican House members that you have to follow through with the priorities that they sent you to follow through with. You cannot be wishy-washy anymore, or we're going to replace you.
And I've heard you talk on podcasts about this, but you are a guy who likes to talk about sort of representing your district. And there's been issues where you've talked about representing your district, and now you've talked about the galvanized grassroots and the impact that that's had on you on certain issues. Can you talk a little bit about that? Absolutely. In terms of what impact that has on you on something that maybe you were a yes, maybe you were a no, and then folks came and talked to you and that changed your mind? Absolutely.
Well, I was 29 years old when I first ran for the House. And I got in when I was 30. And I tell you, when I got in as a Democrat. I ran as a conservative Democrat in that primary. And I came in with a naive spirit, to be honest, believing that there was room for a conservative Democrat in the legislature. So I was voting in my district, and every opportunity that it was a large bill, the certain Democrats would come to my desk and threaten to do robocalls against me, threaten to find an opponent against me. I had the most powerful trial lawyer in the state of Texas call my cell phone on the House floor and threaten me if I didn't change my vote on certain issues. And I quickly realized that there was no room for a conservative Democrat in the state of Texas, okay? Fast forward to backing up real quick. So we come in, that's that first orientation week, and we have a Democratic caucus meeting. And I believe our chair was Jessica Farrar, and I remember meeting Pete Gallego, who's a very nice man. But remember, that election right before 2011, a lot of Democrats lost re-election around me. Solomon Ortiz Jr. lost, Yvonne Gonzalez-Ture lost.
It's like the Tea Party wave in the midterm of Obama's first term.
And so all the leaders of that Democratic caucus were licking their wounds and all depressed. And no one said anything. And so, fortunately, Jessica Farrar said, "Are there any questions? Anyone want to say anything?" And I raised my hand. And usually you're supposed to sit down and be quiet. But I said, we got to do something. This party needs to change. It needs to be the party of small business, because it is not resonating with the Democrat voters that you need to grow the party. And she looked at me, and Pete Gallego was right here. He's looking at me like with laser eyes. And I'm like, okay. But I said my piece. Since then, it's history. Those districts have only gotten more conservative. I switched parties. My district was 51% Republican, and I would win with 61% every single time, because people were voting for me and Wendy Davis, or me and Hillary Clinton. It was an odd ballot at the time, but I was asking those voters, give me your vote, and let me show you that I'm going to vote your conscience and your values. We are not going to agree on everything, but I am not a racist. Give me the opportunity. And since then, it's only grown and grown and grown. Now, it's easy to mess up a good thing. And so whenever you use the word mandate, our Republican Party cannot get out of control and turn off this growing base that we have right now. We have to be reaching to all segments of the population and trying to find common ground on certain issues. But we cannot water down legislation anymore to the point that our primary voters are going to vote us out of office.
Representative-elect Little, I want to hear from you. I mean, do you think that you do have a mandate, and what does that look like, if so?
Yeah, I haven't been in politics very long, but here's what I understand a mandate to mean. Mandate usually has this pejorative kind of connotation where this means I can bulldoze you now. The voters have spoken, now I can bulldoze everybody else. I don't think that that's really what's going on. I think we as Texans need to recognize what the election said and what it did not say. So we picked up House seats with Don McLaughlin in Uvalde, Denise Villalobos in Corpus Christi, picked up a Senate seat with Adam Hinojosa. These are conservatives, all of whom were targeted along with John Lujan with the women's reproductive rights issue. That did not persuade voters. What seems to have persuaded voters is the idea that we as Texans, as a legislature, and as public officials should make an effort to make life more livable for Texans. We are a group of people who are overgoverned and overtaxed and encumbered by the growth of government. And so the kitchen table issues for voters in Texas overrode the messaging of the Democrats on these issues. People simply wanted relief from what they've been experiencing for the past 4 years. And so when you say mandate, do I think it means this is a mandate to roll out the Republican red carpet agenda? No, I don't think it's a mandate to that. I think what we need to do as a Republican Party is respond to the messaging of the voters that they are overgoverned and overtaxed. So I think the November election was not the climax, at least not for me. The primary election was the climax. You saw a huge swath of establishment Republicans who were swept out in favor of grassroots champions like Shelley Luther, Wes Friedel, Katrina Pearson, Andy Hopper. And so people who had really been supported and buoyed by the establishment wing of the Republican Party were cast to the side in favor of people who bubbled up from the grassroots. And Do I think the grassroots are going to have their way more within the Republican Party? Yes, I absolutely do. Now, we as Republicans need to unify around those principles to achieve a policy agenda, though.
I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that every single one of those flips that you mentioned are South Texas and Hispanic majority areas, which I know is very important to Representative Lozano.
And I'm not thinking about it in terms of demography. This is a failure of messaging to the people who are doing the voting. And so when you have people like Adam Hinojosa, who's a business owner, Denise Villalobos, people like John Lujan, people who have deep roots in their community who are business owners and intend to address the issues that are really facing Texans: inflation, affordability, outsized government, excess taxing. I think that's why they captured the imagination of the voters in those districts.
You mentioned a little bit about the replacement of what you term establishment Republicans by these grassroots Republicans, which I think you consider yourself one. What type of legislation should we expect? What type of bills are the priority for that new incoming grassroots core?
Well, I know Representative Lozano has ideas, but I think the thing that we need to remember is the people who had victories in the primary as Republicans, they were animated by the GOP's legislative priorities. So you can go to Texas GOP's websites and look at the priorities, and I think those are the priorities that they're going to advance. But I think generally as a larger goal, these people who bubbled up from the grassroots believe our government is outsized. We need regulatory reform. I don't know if you saw Elon Musk's tweet. It was either this morning or last night about the reduction of regulations in the state of Idaho and its effect on the code in that state. We can reform the regulatory practice within Texas and reduce the size of government. We need to be looking for ways to reduce property taxes with a view to ultimately eliminating them to make life more affordable for Texans. You know, I think the franchise tax, for example, the tax on corporations here in Texas, collects around $8 billion. We have a $20 billion surplus. We need to enable people who operate small businesses, medium-sized businesses, to do well, to grow their business and empower them.
Would that be a one-time thing, though? Because the franchise tax does pay for some of the infrastructure in the state.
It pays for a little bit of everything, just like everything else in general revenue does. So we need to look at the tax burden on Texans, not only for individuals, but for small businesses too, and look for ways to make life more livable for Texans.
I want to tap in with Representative Lozano. I know you're a small business owner yourself, and I do want to ask you sort of what you see as the priorities, because you've been in the building for 14 years. You've seen a lot. I think you've served under 3 different speakers. Yeah. So what do you see as the priorities? And you guys are kind of in the same sort of, I think, the reform part of the GOP caucus, right? So you guys want to see a different speaker, you guys want to see changes, but for you, what is the priority? Why do you think there need to be changes? There have been conversations about, we have had some of the most conservative sessions in Texas history in the last 2 sessions.
Yes, we have. There are times, however, where bills start out as the most effective way to solve a problem. And then by the time leadership has its way with it, it's pretty much inconsequential. The one example I give on...
It's been watered down.
That's correct. The one example I give on that is being where I'm from, South Texas. I grew up 15 miles from the Border Patrol checkpoint in Brooks County. And I know since I was very little that illegal immigrants were dropped off, could be 1 mile south of that checkpoint, and they trek around and they're told Houston's right over there. And people die in the brush. Little girls with blisters on their feet are left behind. That issue has been going on for decades. And Democrat administrations and even Republican administrations have not allocated the proper resources or effectively prosecuted them, the human smuggler, to the point where they're afraid. They know that they will be out on bond, and they will abscond to Mexico, and they'll come back and do it again. That has to change. So I had a bill 5 years ago, maybe even 6 years ago, that essentially was going to give our law enforcement the ability and our DAs the ability to prosecute these folks. My bill never got a hearing. The bill that was moving was a bill that looked good because it was increasing the punishment for human smuggling, but now it required the DA to prove that there was a pecuniary benefit, that the person was actually paid to smuggle this person. And so in order to do that, you need them to say, yeah, I paid him. And they're not going to do that because, one, they're either gone or they fear for their life or they fear for their family's life in Mexico. So I did an amendment, and I went to that author of the bill early that morning to his office, and he not only told me no, he told me hell no, and he essentially said, this is a Republican. I'm a Republican. He says, go talk to this Democrat. I'm like, why? He basically wrote this bill. You need to talk to him. Well, why would you want to make legislation that the DAs have been telling me and everyone is going to tie their hands on prosecuting human smugglers? Why? Who would do that in Texas? You have to understand that in Texas, there's a criminal defense bar that makes money off defending these human smugglers. And that's where the problem is in public policy. Who are we going to help? Criminals or the innocent? And that's what we have to do this next session on the issue of human trafficking. There's still a lot to do. We are not able to do this ourselves, but I do believe that the federal government needs to definitely secure the border. They need to, I believe, reimburse Texas for what we have been doing to do their job. And so I don't know if that's going to come in the form of a resolution from the legislature. I'm definitely working on one that we would send to Congress to ask for that. And you look at the border, Trump won every border county where I'm from. That is a huge issue. And I really wish our local media would cover it more. There are carjackings, there are murders, there are drug trafficking hits, and they're not reported as such. I have an uncle who was killed in Mexico. He was the Assistant Attorney General of Jalisco. He was going to be the next Attorney General of Jalisco. He was getting death threats. And they put 200 bullets into his face. The governor of Jalisco, the president of Mexico, never even said that it was cartel related. His bulletproof truck had a piece of paper for a windshield. He got that truck because his other truck broke down, and this loaner vehicle did not have a bulletproof windshield. That's when he was hit. That's an inside job. That is a level of corruption that we are dealing with our neighbor to the south. They are not going to stop drug traffickers. They are not. We need to secure our border. And we're going to do it. Texas has been doing it. President Trump's going to do it. But we need to be strong in Texas because the greatest threat we have right now is fentanyl. When I was in junior high, people smoked weed behind the band hall. You weren't going to die from weed. I never smoked it, but everyone knew it was a thing. Fentanyl, the tiniest amount, will kill you. It's so cheap to make. The president of Mexico says Mexico does not produce fentanyl. They get the precursors from China. Mexico makes fentanyl. And so our president needs to put pressure on Mexico to actually stop the flow of fentanyl. These are all things that are federal issues, but they directly affect us because at one point, 50,000 people were dying of fentanyl. Was it per year?
100,000 had died, I think, yeah.
I mean, that's more than Vietnam, the whole Vietnam War. It's insane. And all of that is tied to not having a secure border.
So I'm hearing cutting down on taxes to not encumber business as much. I'm hearing border. So that's a little bit of taste of what we can expect to see more of next session. I do want to get to the speaker's race because it's a hot topic right now this week. There's obviously an important meeting on Saturday for you all as the GOP caucus where you're supposed to pick an endorsed candidate who should be, if everybody follows the rules of the caucus, the speaker, right? I say should be because not everybody follows them. And there's always the possibility that some people break out and they team up with Democrats and they select their own speaker. So I do want to ask about that because I want you guys to explain to the room sort of what the dissatisfaction is. And I think you both are committed to Representative Cook, who has come out as the candidate of the Reform Caucus. What is it about Speaker Phelan's leadership that you all disagree with? And I think we've had a couple of conversations about this, but like I said, from an outside perspective, he has overseen legislation over the last 2 sessions where, permitless carry got passed. That's something that even Speaker Bonn was opposed to, and certainly Speaker Strauss was opposed to that. There's been restrictions on transgender rights. There was the passage of the near total abortion ban. Those are strong conservative pieces of legislation, I think. But explain to us sort of the dissatisfaction with Speaker Phelan, because it's not just, if I understand it correctly, it's not just about the legislation, it's about the way he runs the House.
Yeah, it's certainly about process too. So let me try to address this as an outsider first, someone who hasn't been in the Texas House yet and observes this in a somewhat neutral way. You had mentioned this past session as having been the most conservative session ever. This has been kind of one of the selling points for Speaker Phelan's leadership. I will just tell you, that is not my metric for success or failure of the mission. The mission success or failure is dictated by, in my opinion, a very narrow set of parameters. We have the 8 GOP legislative priorities, just like the Democrat Party has its own legislative priorities. If you take, for example, the border security bill that was killed on a point of order by Dave Phelan's parliamentarian Hugh Brady, these are bills that under a normal environment, Republicans should have been able to pass. And instead, what we have in Texas, rather than simply alignment between leadership, the House Republican caucus, the Senate, and the governor, we have this kind of syncretistic blend of leadership among Republicans plus Democrats, both of whom are really working together against their own party and its legislative priorities. So I want you to understand what I mean when I say this. There are Republicans who are working against Republican legislative priorities, just like there are Democrats who are working against Democrat legislative priorities. What I think the people of Texas want, and certainly one of the reasons that I succeeded in the primary and a number of my other colleagues succeeded in the primary, is they want fidelity to the mission. We want to protect Texas kids. We want to protect sanctity of life. We want to secure our border. We want to keep China from buying real estate in the state of Texas. All of the Republican legislative priorities, which you can all find out at the Texas GOP's website, all of them should be advanced. But ultimately, the only reason that they are not is because leadership uses procedure to prevent them from advancing, just like leadership in the House uses procedure to keep Democrats from advancing their bills. So yes, we have a majority, but we do not govern as a majority. And that is the fundamental problem. If Democrats were in the majority in Texas, I dare suggest that Democrats would expect their House leadership to advance the Democrat Party's legislative priorities. What should not be happening is Republican House leadership should not be working in collusion with Democrats to kill Republican bills and should not be working in collusion with other outside forces to ensure that the legislative priorities are not advanced. So I think the impeachment is not the disease. If you look back at the impeachment of Ken Paxton, of which I was a part, that itself was not the disease that caused the reshaping of the Republican Party in Texas. It was a symptom of the disease, that the House leadership prioritized the advancement of the impeachment over the other things it should have been doing, like passing the border security bill, and I'm sure a number of JM's bills that he would have liked to have passed too.
And thank you for that important disclosure, Representative-elect Little. You were, of course, part of the legal defense team for Attorney General Paxton, which resulted in his ultimate acquittal in the Senate. Representative Lozano, I want to talk to you as well, because you and I have had some conversations about sort of, and you've corresponded with me via email to some of my stories, but you've talked about sort of the management. Representative-elect Little was talking about the procedure and sort of how bills are slowed down, but you talked about the management, and particularly on impeachment, how the way that was handled sort of cost a lot of, in your view, cost a lot of members their reelection. So I wonder if you can touch on that and also talk about sort of what you see as the problem with the current leadership.
Absolutely. So the two basic phrases which made me, over a year ago, decide not to support the speaker would be poor management and poor leadership. We could go as far as saying it was a type of malpractice in a way. When you have information that, in this case, a kitchen was never remodeled, and you don't disclose that to your House members, and you push them out to impeach a very popular statewide official for bribery, which hinged on a kitchen remodel, and you know that the kitchen wasn't remodeled, tell us. Not telling us is malpractice, it's fraudulent inducement, it's a failure of leadership. It's pushing your soldiers out into an ambush. 9 incumbents lost re-election. Just as recently as the last general election, I had a Republican colleague tell me that he had every person of any level of star power from the Democratic machine in his district block walking against him. And this Republican member told me that he called the Speaker's office. He called the Speaker didn't answer. He called the Chief of Staff. He answered and said, okay, yeah, you need help? Okay, let me talk to the Speaker and I'll call you back. Did not call him back. This is a sitting House member who is in one of the most competitive races in the state of Texas, which the Democrats were just hoping to flip, and they almost did. So he calls this Chief of Staff back 2 days later and says, hey man, did you get to talk to the Speaker? Oh yeah, the Speaker doesn't really want to get involved on that right now, but let us know if you have any mail pieces. That kind of attitude. This is in the middle of a very competitive election when you need to help your soldiers the most, give them the tools they need to win. And because he wasn't an enthusiastic supporter of the Speaker at that moment, he was being abandoned. That is a failure of leadership. And that was just this past November. It's been going on time and time again. And as a business owner, when you have someone that fails at their job, you fire them. You fire them and you move on. Otherwise, your business is going to suffer.
Fair to say, I've got to point out that the Speaker was in his own very contentious primary battle, but your point is understood. He's the leader. He pushes it out, and so I get what you're saying. I want to point out this. You all both, like I said, are in Representative Cook's camp. He's got 48 people publicly endorsing him. He's got to reach that 53 of the 88-member caucus to get the endorsement on Saturday. There's a whole contract with Texas that y'all helped draft up, I think, or signed on to, that has a couple of things on it that you are looking for in the next speaker. Commitment to no Democratic chairs, quicker committee assignments, and a prioritization of GOP legislation. Brad Johnson of the Texan is following, or was following earlier, a meeting of the chiefs of staff of the governor, lieutenant governor, and the speaker. The speaker's new chief of staff, Mike Toomey, said that they would have committee appointments made, this according to Brad Johnson of the Texan, before the end of January. He also says that he'd like to see rule changes to restrict the use of points of order This says BA points of order, but that's one of those technical points of order. I see you smiling, Representative Little, because these are some of the things that I think you're looking at. And then he says,
I saw this,
Speaker Phelan has agreed to refer 1,000 bills on the first day per Toomey. Does that change your mind at all, or is it too little too late for you?
Well, here's the thing. JM's holding up the contract with Texas, which I'm proud to say I was in the room where it happened. And I know that
you signed it before it was cool. You drafted.
Correct. I participated in helping to draft it. I saw the same information you did on my way over here about Brad's panel. And I will just say to this crowd, this is the first I've heard of it. And if Dade Phelan is a born-again reformer, we should be hearing it from his mouth, not from Mike Toomey's mouth. Mike Toomey is universally respected, incredibly experienced in Texas politics. Why is the speaker not advancing these reforms until today? Why wasn't he doing it 9 months ago when we wrote the contract with Texas? I think the writing is on the wall. There will be change in the way the Texas House operates. I think Mike even said that on the panel. Said, forget everything that you know about the Texas House.
He did say that.
But he didn't say forget the leadership. That's the part that remains unfixed. And if we truly believe that mission failure or success is dictated by advancement of our legislative priorities, that is not a failure of process necessarily. It is a failure of leadership and timing to advance those first. One of the items from the contract with Texas that you didn't raise is we want our priorities advanced first. And I think that people of Texas have spoken and said that they demand it. It's one of the reasons that I'm going to be in the Texas House, and we need to comply.
It's almost like a mandate.
I wouldn't say that. What's the word that I command? Yeah.
Representative. So it sounds like Representative Little, it's a little too late, too little too late for you. But Representative Lozano, do you think differently?
I think the same. I'll give you a very funny analogy. I love movies. I love the 80s, especially. And one of my favorite movies is Weekend at Bernie's. And that is
I can't wait to see where this is going.
The speaker, and they're walking him to a party, and hey, Bernie's fine, right, Bernie? And they're moving him. He needs to get rid of those puppet strings, wake up, and do his job. But he has not. How can you not answer your own representative member's call and ask a staff member to call him back? They're members, and that's the thing. The speaker works for the members. He is not a king, she is not a queen. This is a different time, and we're gonna change it this time, and it will never go back to the way it was before because the voters are only gonna continue to scrutinize that more and more and more. I have to say this, and I've said it in over a year, many podcasts and many interviews. I guarantee that Dade Phelan is not gonna be our speaker next session. I guarantee it. David Cook is already, I believe, at 53. There are 47 or 48 public.
48 public.
48 with Spiller. I talked to 3 last night that are going to vote for him, and I'm not done with my list of 15. And they're not on that public list. And there are many more that are just afraid to say something publicly right now. But that first round of balloting on Saturday, when we vote for speaker, they're all secret ballot. They know the problems that Speaker Phelan has caused. We need peace. We cannot be at war with the lieutenant governor. We cannot be killing the governor's legislative priorities. And then he goes after incumbent members in the primary. We need to end the Civil War, bring people together, and move Texas forward.
Can I say one more thing, James?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Nobody really read the fine print on this deal, which is when Mike was speaking on the panel, he didn't say there aren't going to be any more Democrat chairs. There's a very specific reason for that, and I believe the House Democrat caucus is meeting today to decide whether they are going to support Dade Phelan in his speakership. And the House Democrat caucus who has supported Dade Phelan, this is my message to you. What has he delivered to you? What has he delivered to you? Because I promise you, if he hasn't delivered on the Republican legislative priorities, I know he hasn't delivered on the Democrat legislative priorities. So what is the point of all this? If the Republicans are in the majority, they ought to have an opportunity to govern as the majority, and the Democrats ought to have an opportunity to play spoiler however they wish. But what we as Republicans need to do is unify around the principles that we ran on, not to make deals with the other party to try to ensure that no one gets what they want.
I think the main point of their meeting is picking a caucus chair as well, but I don't doubt that maybe they're talking about whether to support Phelan as well. It sounds like, Representative Lozano, you think Cook is going to be the next speaker?
Yes.
And I want to ask the same question to you, Representative-elect Little. You think Representative David Cook has it in the bag?
100%. I understand that there are potentially spoiler candidates out there who have not yet been identified. All I can tell you, James, is we have been working on this for 9 months.
Has anybody called you, or they know that you're solidly in Cook's camp?
Not a soul has called me asking for my vote.
Okay. All right, so you've heard it here. These two lawmakers and lawmakers-to-be think that it's going to be David Cook. We'll find out on Saturday. I do want to move to sort of a couple of the legislative issues that I want to talk about. Border security, Representative Lozano, you were talking about it a little bit, and we've talked about it earlier this morning. But with Trump in the White House, a Republican administration, he's got a Republican Congress, how much money will the state of Texas and the Texas legislature have to spend on border security and immigration this year, given that there will be theoretically an administration in the White House that will want to clamp down on a lot of the activity at the border? Should there be a pullback there, or does there need to be a runway there?
There can't be a pull.
It's a lot of money that could be used, to your point, to lowering taxes, to property taxes, to other things.
There can't be a pullback because there is some lag time in between when the Congress would pass their budget and those programs would be funded, and we cannot go very long without funding our current border surge operations. But in the same process as we are funding those programs, we could be working with our congressional delegation from Texas to put riders in that bill to essentially backfill our expenses at a future date.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, and I certainly do this with humility, knowing that my district is not on the border, but I will say that this is time for us to kind of sow in a famine. And what I mean is, we now have President Trump who's come into office, and it is tempting to say, we'll just let Trump take care of that. Well, the reason we don't have a border security unit today is back in 2016, we just said, well, we'll let Trump deal with that. It wasn't as big of an issue. We need a border security unit. We need to bring back the 287G program and enable our law enforcement officials in Texas to be deputized as part of the immigration system. In my county, in Denton County, we have 120 people who've been arrested who are on an immigration hold. And that number stays about flat. 8 to 10% of the people in our jail are on an immigration hold. And we have no ability to do anything about it without federal support. So I think it's important for us to not rest on federal laurels and understand that this is an ongoing problem, and it should not ebb and flow with national politics. I think it's important for us to invest in our own safety and protection as Texans would.
Thank you, Representative-elect Little. And for those at home, 287G is a program that allows local police authorities to be deputized, as the Representative-elect said, to enforce or help enforce immigration law in the interior of anywhere really, but in your case, in the interior of the country. I want to talk about school choice vouchers. That obviously also was a big point in the primaries. And obviously, the governor feels extremely confident that there will be school choice legislation. We just had a whole panel on public education right before this. Where do you guys think this ends up, and what does that bill look like?
Go ahead, Shane.
Okay, I do believe it's going to pass. I do believe that parents have a right to choose how they want their child to be educated or where they want them to be educated. There are also some things I'd like to see in the bill. For example, I'm not sure if it could be attached to the bill or if it has to be specifically in the budget, but I want it to be contingent somehow, where we change the way our public schools are funded. Right now they're funded based on average daily attendance. And if there's 90% attendance or 88% or 85% attendance, they're not sending teachers home for the day because they don't have a classroom. Every person is still on staff. And so I believe schools should be funded on enrollment. There's also the issue of accountability. I do believe that the STAR test is still something that we need to change. I tried to change it my first session, and the U.S. Department of Education told me that if I eliminated the STAR test, which was my bill was going to do, that we would lose hundreds of millions in federal funding. That's another aspect. If they do away with the U.S. Department of Education, what will that allow Texas to do when it comes to accountability instruments? I took the TEAMS test. If y'all remember what the TEAMS test was, I still have a shirt that says I mastered the TEAMS. It doesn't fit. But I remember that test. It wasn't life or death. I didn't have anxiety from that test. But it told my teachers and my parents if I was at my grade level or not. We need to get back to that basic premise and not be testing our kids to death and testing them into anxiety and mental health issues. The other issue is on the fairness of it. If you're going to take a voucher, you should be having the same accountability instrument as those that are taking tax dollars, because you're also taking tax dollars. And so I do believe there has to be some kind of equity and fairness in that as well. I'd like to work with the governor's office on that and do what we can to make it the best bill it can be.
Thank you. Representative-elect Little, what would you, in your ideal version, what would that bill look like?
I honestly don't know what my ideal version would be. I believe that some form of it will pass. I think it still remains to be seen what the zone of agreement is among the votes for school choice. And when I say the zone of agreement is, what is the total scope of the program from basically the last bill that appeared in the last special session to universal school choice. If you call that a spectrum, I don't know where the zone of agreement is there. There's also a zone of disagreement about the level of testing and requirements that would be on private schools, home schools to comply with the program and receive the funding. I think we as a legislature need to take a holistic approach to education. I believe that school choice is a component. I believe that ensuring that our teachers are well paid is a component. I believe ensuring that our charter schools have money for facilities is a component. There are pieces to this that are all part of a puzzle, and when you isolate them and go, vouchers bad, and say public schools good, vouchers bad, I think you're missing the bigger picture. These are all part of a larger puzzle of education in Texas that we're tasked with resolving. Public schools are important. Charter schools are important. Private schools and homeschoolers are important. We need to make sure that parents are empowered to make the best choice for their student. And if, honestly, if public schools were solving every problem, we wouldn't need charter schools or private schools or homeschools. There are waiting lists at charter schools. There are waiting lists at private schools. We need to be able to empower parents to make the decision that's best for their child because they know their children.
We're getting close to taking audience questions. My last question, and that is there in the middle, I think for, you guys have been here all day, so you guys know where it is. My last question is about affordability and housing in Texas. There's been an increase in prices of homes, prices of housing. The main way that the legislature has tried to tackle that, I think, is through property taxes in the last few legislative sessions. And I'm just curious for you all if that is still an issue of high concern and what we can expect to see on the cost of housing and or property taxes.
You know, one of the differentiating how there's two types of housing. There's multifamily housing and there's just a single family home. And the legislature has done through several programs it administers, some come from the federal government, to build, there's affordable housing, and then there's apartment developments where the developer agrees to cap the rent, and in return they get some tax benefits from the state and the local governments. On single residents, one of the things that's happening now is the cost, as you know, of everything, materials, rebar, concrete, labor has gone up, and the ability to find skilled labor is very difficult. So then you're having to pay someone 20, 30% more because you don't have enough, and you really need someone to do tape and float or paint, put up sheetrock. And so one of the things that happens is before they even start doing a subdivision in your community, they have to start doing the infrastructure beneath, curb and gutters. And those are very expensive costs that in order for the developer to make money, they factor in that cost into the price of that lot. I believe the state should be somehow creating some kind of program for infrastructure costs where maybe we empower the city to do it, where the city or through their economic development corporations will help minimize the cost that the developer is going to pass on into the price of the lot and thereby into the price of the home.
Thank you for the answer. Representative Little?
Yeah, I've heard a number of really bad ideas about solving this.
From Representative Lozano?
No, not from JM. JM's never had a bad idea in his life. I've heard a number of bad ideas to deal with the housing affordability crisis. One of the ideas I heard was we need to, as a state, create a fund to buy down interest rates for developers and basically hand developers free money to go out and build new developments. It's the same problem as the federal problem. Anytime you introduce artificially government capital in the system, you cause inflation. This is the crisis that we're living now. The federal government has overprinted money. They've inflated our currency. In order to battle inflation, they raise interest rates, and now capital is less available to young people who are trying to buy homes for the first time. But not only that, wait, there's more. Property taxes are outrageously expensive, and we are not currently on a path to eliminating them. And this is something I feel passionately about, is we're using excess cash from the government to buy down the M&O rate for our school system. The problem is, as JM and I bail water out of the front of the boat, local authorities are putting water in the back of the boat. They're borrowing money in the school districts, more bonds, raising the rates, local taxing jurisdictions, counties, cities are raising rates, and now houses are even less affordable than they were before. We need to be putting Texas on a path to property tax elimination. Maybe one way is through a consumptive tax, some type of increased sales tax, but this cannot continue. And it's not just young people who are experiencing this problem. There are older people in my district in Denton County who are being taxed out of their homes. They cannot stay there. So they need to downsize, they need to move somewhere else where their taxes are lower. This is, in my view, a government taxation crisis. We need to come up with a way to solve the problem. And simply buying down the rate is this endless cycle of government spending money. Essentially, we're laundering the money to the local taxing authorities, which is not a sustainable system in my view. We need a better path to get rid of it.
Thank you. And we talked about two things there. So before we go to questions from the crowd, I do want to ask, you talked about creating an infrastructure fund. You hit on sales tax. The other way that we've tackled it at the legislature, or that you all have tackled it at the legislature, is through homestead exemptions for property taxes. You know, on both of those things, I think there usually is required constitutional amendments to make these things work. For those things, you do need 2/3 of the vote. And so I think that's one of the things that we have to talk about when we talk about no Democratic chairs, whether the Democrats will continue to play ball on things like this. And I'm sure this is something that they are talking about. And so I guess, is that sort of a concern for you all, that if you don't play ball with them, if they don't feel like they're part of the process, they might not come along with it? Or do you think those concerns will be alleviated? Are we looking to mess around and find out, as the kids say?
Yeah, part of me believes that Democrats want to make houses more affordable for people who live here too. Part of me believes that Democrats pay property taxes and they want to pay less in property tax too. And so my hope is that this issue becomes a bipartisan one where we can work together to solve the problem long term. You know, I heard this expression and cynically believe it's true. There's no money in solving problems. At some point, we have to work together to solve the actual problem here of property taxation in this state and work toward a longer-term solution that doesn't involve us just shoveling the surplus into the problem.
So you think that the appeal to their better angels, that they'll want to play ball on solutions?
I wouldn't put it that way. I just believe that they want to fix it too.
Representative Lozano, is that a concern? You used to be a Democrat, so maybe I shouldn't say that so loud.
No, for 14 months I was. But I'll tell you that I do know my Democrat colleagues very well. And I can tell you that we cannot, as a Republican caucus who advocate and hopefully we won't have Democrat chairs, use that as a way to say that they're going to be shut out, because that cannot be the case. They represent people just like we do. And every vote in Texas is precious. They have to have the ability to do what they can for their constituents through passing legislation as well. So not being a Democrat chair does not mean that you cannot get things done in the Texas legislature. And I do believe that they know that. And we have to appeal to a speaker. We have to support a speaker that will adhere to that. We need unity. We need, to the greatest extent, unity. There's going to be clear disagreements, but it's got to be a respectful session where bridges are rebuilt and fences are mended.
So you think you will all still be able to work together and pass these two-thirds thresholds for important legislation like this?
That's correct, because as the process goes on, I do believe that they will see that they are getting things done for their constituents, that their voice is important and that they are having input. It just might not be in the form as a title as a chairman or a chair, but they will see that they are.
Yep.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I hope everyone understands who's watching this, listening to this, the replacement of the Republican speaker is not a device to abuse Democrats. That is not the intent of what we're trying to accomplish here. What we're trying to do is restore fairness, honor, and honesty, and integrity to the process, and that's what the contract with Texas was designed around.
Let's take questions. Please remember to, we have a little bit less than 10 minutes, so quick question, and also make sure there's a question mark at the end.
So my name is Nancy Mossman, and I want to go back to the taxing concerns that you've raised. My question is, if we eliminate property taxes, then fees and sales taxes are the way that we raise money in Texas. Is that, am I correct in that? Are there other taxation means that I'm in Texas other than property taxes, fees, and sales taxes that I'm unaware of?
Is that the question? Is that the
Yes.
question? So if we eliminate property taxes, is the main way to fund the state government through fees and sales tax?
Some type of increased consumption tax, which is not without its effects too, because we all pay sales tax, and one of the concerns is there going to be a disproportionate effect on certain people who are going out and buying groceries and going to the movies or buying a television for their house?
Usually lower income people is the concern, right?
Yeah, it certainly is. But another concern or thought that I have is you eliminate property tax. Well, somebody owns an office building isn't paying a whole lot of sales tax. They don't have to. So essentially the burden gets shifted more to people like you and me who are out there buying our everyday things. So I think we need to come up with a solution that makes sense. Perhaps it's a blend of those two things, property tax and sales tax, but we need something that makes more sense than what we're doing now.
We've got 7 minutes, but we'd love to have you back to hear your pitch on what that solution is. Next question.
Yes, my name is Sparkle Williams. Today's Tribune had an article about some proposed anti-adult LGBT trans bills. Specifically, they prohibit adult trans people from receiving gender-affirming care, a revival of the bathroom bill, a slew of other things. Will these be part of the Republican agenda?
I think I heard I haven't seen that article, but if I heard you correctly, that there's legislation, this would target adults.
Yes.
Okay. I have not heard of that, to be honest. I do believe I definitely want to read that bill before I comment on it. But with respect to like our contract with Texas and the priorities that we're going to ask for the speaker to put up front of the legislative session, those are not in that. Yes, ma'am.
Representative-elect Little, do you want to chime in?
No, I feel the same way. I think, if you look at the 8 Republican GOP legislative priorities, one of them is protecting Texas children. I think we went a long way toward removing, gender-affirming care from children in this state. I think this is something that we need to continue to advance on and protect our Texas children.
So am I hearing this right, that for you guys, if there are LGBTQ, and particularly trans adults, they're adults and they should be able to make the healthcare decisions that they think are right. Am I hearing that correctly from you guys?
No, that's not what I said, but I will certainly review the bill and read the article.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
I'm just wondering if that's it's not a priority for you guys.
It's not among the 8 GOP legislative priorities.
Okay.
The first question alluded to this in some part. So the Senate Finance Committee estimated the cost to eliminating property taxes entirely would cost about $80 billion. During the last legislative session, a variety of property tax relief afforded through SB 2 or Prop 4 was sent to the ballot box and subsequently approved by voters. Given that eliminating property tax entirely seems far-fetched in terms of what it would actually cost, what other insight do you have to offer the taxpayers on what the conversations might be this session around further property tax relief?
Yeah. To circle back on it, what was your name? I'm sorry.
Sam Sosa.
Hey, Sam, thank you for your question. Sure. To circle back on what I was saying earlier, I don't think we've seen a complete solution to it. I don't know if the $81 billion number is right. It is one that I heard. I read probably read the same article you did from the same committee hearing. It may be that the solution is a blend of these things, an increased sales tax and a reduced property tax. I don't think we've seen the end of the solution yet. And frankly, I can't tell you what the answer is off the top of my head, but what we should all be doing is working in alignment to solve that problem and reduce property tax owners, not only for homeowners, but business owners too. I think the solution, Sam, that we've been advancing of buying down the rate is not sustainable because, for the reasons that I stated earlier, that as you buy down the rates are being raised on the back end of that property tax relief. And I'll just give you an example from my own life and at my home. So I was told we had historic property tax relief. My property tax bill last year went down by 3%, which is not material. If you're on an over 65 exemption, I'm sorry, I've done property tax litigation for the last 20 years, so this is something that's more familiar to me. But if you're on an over 65 valuation, you probably felt more relief because your value was locked. But the appraisal, so you have to, if you want to tackle the property tax problem, you have to control all three levers. You can control the rate buy down, but you're not controlling the values that are assessed by the appraisal district or the rates that are being charged by the local authorities. So it becomes this this application of capital to a problem that you can't solve merely by buying down the rate.
Don't taxing authorities have to go to voters for approval if they go beyond a certain rate? Isn't that the legislation
Yes,
passed?
in some circumstances, yes. So, for example, the school districts, Austin tried to pass a Vader. Other school districts in my district tried to pass a Vader as well. Frisco had one that failed. But the counties are also setting their rate in ways that they don't need to go to the voters. The county commissioners are passing increased rates without having to do that.
And sometimes they do it on the home or on the land, and one is capped, one isn't.
Yeah. Thank you for the question, Sam. Next question.
Yes, my name is Steve Swanson. I'm a 30-year volunteer in Texas public education. I was compelled to speak hearing about your stories about the need for leadership at the state level. We need leadership in education system at the state level. Drill and kill, school to prison pipeline was in essence spoken to when we talked about how kids are treated in the testing system.
Sir, we've got 2 minutes, so if you could get to the question, thank you.
Yeah, the question is, the solution to all this is our lawyers choose to honor the Texas Lawyers Creed. Have you heard of the Texas Lawyers Creed, and will you help our lawyers honor it?
Yeah, I don't fully understand the question. I'm a lawyer, so I have to abide by the Texas Lawyers Creed. I'm very familiar with it, about mutual respect and appreciation for the system, but I don't really understand how the Texas Lawyers Creed relates to public education, so maybe you can help me with another 30 seconds.
Okay, it provides lawyers responsibilities to oversee our laws, and we have laws to save the lives of kids. And our governance is not built around following law, it's built around politics. And lawyers themselves, with integrity and ethics as begged by the Lawyers Creed, could be part of the leadership you said was missing.
Oh, well said. Well, I am a lawyer, and I'll be trying to serve you and do exactly that, so thank you.
We have time for one more question.
Hello, my name's Craig Campbell. I'm with the Austin Retired Teachers Association, and we're concerned on the voucher bills, its impact on TRS. Reducing funds to public schools reduces the amounts that go to retired teachers, and there's 500,000 retired teachers in the state right now. So will you consider that when you're considering vouchers?
Yes, absolutely. And that kind of goes to the issue when I was speaking about the voucher bill. How I'd like to see some things in that bill and work with the governor on that. One of them, in this case, I would just call a hold harmless provision where it doesn't affect our educators. We need to make education, teaching, a desirable profession again, because we know you don't do it for the money. So whatever benefits there are, at times, that's why people teach, because it's good health insurance. And we need to make everything we can at the legislature to hold our teachers harmless and our retired teachers.
Representative-elect Little, I'll let you finish it off.
Oh, I don't have anything else to add to what James said. I just want to thank you, James, for this panel. Thanks to the Texas Tribune, and thanks to this crowd for just being so kind and generous with your time. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So as we depart, just on behalf of the Tribune, want to thank all of you who've gathered here in person. Certainly thank all of our panelists who've given up their time during a very busy period. Thank our sponsors for supporting the day's events, our hosts here at UT's Thompson Conference Center. Just a reminder, as we look at this session getting underway, you can subscribe to The Blast, which is the Tribune's premium politics newsletter, and just keep staying tuned to the Texas Tribune website for coverage, insight, and our events that'll get started as the legislation session does. So thank you so much.